Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat Cape Town, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon.
Besetu.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba.
Spoon.
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment.
Kuwa. Bese kuwa, kudileo. Kudileo.
To the spoon to get
Yes,
your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television.
Yes,
Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know
Okay, folks, what a way to welcome you. I'd like to say welcome to another edition of the program tonight, Spoon Talk. This is Liberia's most informative talk show on radio and online. And I'd like to say welcome to the program tonight. We're live on Spoon TV, we're live on Fabric TV, we're also live on Super TV, that's for Facebook. On YouTube, you can search Spoon Talk Live. You can also watch us from there. I want to say welcome to all of you who have joined us on the program tonight. As you know, Spoon Talk is where you get authentic information. This is where you get to interact with the very news makers. And right here on this platform, they get to break the news every time. So, welcome tonight, and we encourage you to share the show as you join us because this edition of Spoon Talk is heavily loaded. Let me go across to bring in Dr. Richardson on the program. Good evening, Dr. Richardson. I think you are muted, Dr. Richardson.
Yes, thank you. I always forget about the mute button here because I'm doing 10,000 things at once. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great, Dr. Richardson, and I'm, I'm glad to be here, and it's good to see you.
Yes, yes, yes. Well, we're here again today. I saw that you were up late again last night, holding it down, which is good, giving Liberian people the opportunity to express themselves. One thing I know about us, we like politics, which is, it's not bad. There's politics everywhere. So once you give
Yeah.
Liberians the opportunity to talk, politics come up. Um,
And, and I noticed something, Dr. Richardson. I noticed that before, and I mean before the post-war Liberia, it used to be more female, let's say very less female involved with politics. But now the females are getting involved, even on the radio, on the talk shows. Once you avail, then the platform they are willing to speak, and
yes, yes. And I like that. I really do because I think that, the population is very close between men and women in Liberia.
mm,
But women have been treated as, second class citizens, especially in our country. I don't think that we've been given a fair share of what we deserve in government, what we deserve in the private industry, what we deserve in loans, what we deserve in the Justice Department. So the fact that women are, coming out and speaking, I'm happy about that. I hope that it continues. Uh, yeah. But I want to join you in welcoming Liberians to the show. This is Spoon Talk. This is where we dice and slice the topics of the week in Liberia. We come with our own different opinions and thoughts, and we lay it on you, and it's up to you to process it and make your own informed decisions about how we can move our country forward. So I really want to welcome you. Feel free to comment in the comment section. This is your show. Nelson, I'm going to go back to you for you to give me. Oops, okay, I'm still on. I'm going to go back to you, Nelson, to give me trendy issues. It's been such a busy day for me. I've been running from one thing to
wow,
the other. Yeah, I had to see clients today. Tuesday is usually my clinical day, which means
okay,
that I'm seeing clients. I have two interns working in my office with me, and it's required that I do supervision with them. They just cannot
okay,
come. Yeah, that's part of they need the document in order for them to get their license. So I had to meet with both of them. We had to discuss cases, and then I had to cook a little bit for Mr. Richardson. So when he comes, we have a bargain. In order for me to be on the show, I got to do all the good housewife things. I got to be a good wife before he comes home. And then when he comes home, he's a happy husband and makes a happy wife on the show. So
yeah,
that's
yeah,
we have it. It's funny. He came home not long ago, and he never saw these glasses before because I ordered them, and I wore it, but I don't know where he was. And he said,
oh
"Why?"
yeah, I'm just.
He's like,
Mhm.
why are you all dressed up?" I said, "No, I'm not. I'm just the only difference is the glasses." And he said, "I never seen those glasses before." Mark, um, Abraham tends to be very conservative. He's very, very conservative. So he was like, I don't know if I like those glasses on your face. I said, well, I have it. So here it is. I'm here. Well,
Wow.
yes,
And
yes.
the glasses are very beautiful, and I think
Thank you.
it's matching the color of the blouse.
Yeah.
Diamond is always picking on you. He's in the background.
I know. I can't wait. I can't wait to hear what he has to say. I cannot wait to hear what he has to say today.
Because the last time you had on the green glasses, he
Mhm.
said the green was representing Unity Party,
Don't
and
mind.
there was this conversation as to whether you secretly crossed over to Unity Party, leaving the ANC in the court. Yeah, but I think I don't know.
That's not,
I think a
it's
bit
funny.
corrected, but I think I saw yellow in the emblems of the ANC or the
That's
C.
right. Yellow, and there's a
You
little bit
have
of
yellow
green.
there. Diamond,
That's a
my
green.
man,
Yeah,
are you
Nelson.
Diamond, coming,
now
Nelson, let
you
me
left
say something.
problem. Now you left problem, so that why I bring you on.
Diamond, before you're coming, let me tell you guys something. You guys know my brother, Orlando Chenoweth.
Yeah.
Is the son of Joseph Buckeye. So today he called me and he will be happy to hear what you have to say. So just before I came to the show, Dr. Richardson, when are you coming to the Unity Party? Can you please leave my old
Wow.
man alone, please? That's your father. I'm like, oh my goodness. So I'm like, my brother is pressuring me to go to Unity Party. Dama is pressuring me to go to Unity Party. But I
How
love
am I
the
pressuring you,
ANC.
Dr.
Oh, oh,
Richardson?
Diamond pressuring you to go to uni. So
Because Dama,
Is Diamond
How?
that's what I mean. He's pressuring me.
campaigning?
But, but anyway, I thought it was funny. So he and I, we tell each other we're not going to talk politics. But the day we had a long conversation of politics, and every time I try to distract him, I said, "Okay, we're not talking politics. Say just one more thing I got to ask you. Can you please don't be hard on the old man. Please don't be hard on the old man. I'm popping that your popping too." I said, "Oh God." But anyway, you hearing me a lot. No, I'm talking. I'm telling our family business outside. But Damon, tell us what you have to say. What kind of fun you have for me today?
Well, hello to you, Dr. Richardson. Hello to Nelson Colette. It's a
When
pleasure.
Damon start saying hello like that, I can get scared small.
Lahana, I guess video, yeah.
Yeah, you can speak by the way you saying hello. You can just be like,
I,
what
I,
coming
I,
on
li-
the
I
hello? What
like
coming on the hello?
is it butter yellow or sunshine yellow or which one are the yellows there?
You better leave me alone. I knew something was coming. You,
Maybe it's a royal yellow.
yes, thank
Yeah.
you. Royal yellow.
She
I like that.
she looks gorgeously yellowish, you know.
Don't come on and make your hairline.
Yeah, so we're traveling across the country,
Mm-hmm.
you know, doing a nationwide opinion poll and following the campaign trails across the country. It's been such an interesting trip, you
Mm-hmm.
know. Um, Also soliciting the views of Liberians in mock elections, opinion polls, if you want to call it that way. And from Montserrat up to Nimba, um, we're getting to see trends. And
Mm-hmm.
one of those trends is the fact that people are not doing this vote one, vote all thing.
Okay.
From from what we've gathered so far from these opinion polls or surveys that we've been doing both on and off the camera,
Mm-hmm.
like in Bong County, you
Mm-hmm.
know, we see that people voting for different parties. The issue of the representative seat in the district that we did survey people,
Mm-hmm.
they split between the incumbent lawmaker and others who are wanting to unseat him. But one person that is really visible in Bong County, the most visible candidate,
Mm-hmm.
is Johnny Pai. Or Pai here, people say Johnny Pai, some people say Johnny Pai,
Ah.
Johnny that they say you get Johnny like you get money like Johnny, you
You get
funny.
money like
Johnny,
Johnny?
yeah. Johnny is the most visible candidate, whether presidential, senatorial, or representative wise. He is the most visible candidate in the entire Bong County so far because we crisscrossed through to get to Nimba. You see his his merchandise, you see his flyers, his billboards. You know, they've really done a good job,
Oh,
and
great.
he maintained the votes in terms of a unilateral candidate for the Senate. He had the highest in terms of votes, though we're not doing survey, but
Sure.
from the way though we're not doing tallying, but from the way his name was mentioned and from what we've seen,
Mm-hmm.
Johnny is the most visible candidate in Bong County. And to Nimba here, surprisingly, we still in Ganta. We remain in Ganta for
Oh, okay.
tomorrow as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Um. Again, we did see a trend in Bong that we see in Nimba.
Mm-hmm.
People voting for a representative candidate from another party, senatorial candidate from another party, presidential candidate from another party. Everybody's concerned about how well they put their interests first in terms of their direct representatives before they climb up to the presidential level. And also, we've seen that despite people being close, we saw it in Bong County. Two brothers had somewhat of a funny but serious debate.
Mm-hmm.
One of the brothers decided to go with President Weah, and the other opted for Joseph Boyka. And his
Mm-hmm.
brother was surprised. He was like, "Oh, so after all the things I've been telling you, you still going behind Joseph Boyka?" Yeah. And we saw the same in Nimba today.
Yes.
A guy said he's been accommodating his friend. All of a sudden, he's for the CDC and his friend is for the UP. So in fact, he's going to throw the guys things out. We just hope that's for the fun of it. But we see a lot of we close, but we don't share the same political ideology. And
Mm-hmm.
once it's not getting into a violent trend, people tolerate each other's views and opinions, and where they decide to pitch their tents politically, is a good
Mm-hmm.
one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Um,
Yeah.
so one thing that struck my mind is the fact that we didn't see much of Councillor Tewon Gonglo until we reached to the border town between Nimba and Bong, and
Mm-hmm.
then we did see his billboard right at the entrance when you enter in Nimba.
Mm-hmm.
So far I've not really seen on our trail much of the CPP as well.
Mm-hmm.
From Margibi through to Bong, and into Nimba where we are, not
Mm-hmm.
seeing much advertising of the CPP in Bong in Margibi, and a larger extent to Nimba where we are now. We haven't crossed past Ganta, so I don't want to say for the whole of Nimba. I'm talking about the trail that we've been on. We've not
Sure.
seen much of the CPP as well. Whether the CPP is waiting, and other candidates as well. So what we've seen the Unity Party, we've seen the CDC, and we've seen a bit of Councillor Tewon Gonglo, and we've seen so much of Johnny
Oops. Viewers, just be mindful that
Hill.
Diamond is in contact. We'll be right back. Oh,
Yeah,
good. Here you are.
yeah. Yeah, so Dr. Richardson, that was just the update I wanted to share with you and Nelson. But there is a news that is brewing in Bong County,
Mm-hmm.
and we got that from an inside source. It's
Mm-hmm.
still unconfirmed though, but that source is impeccable as well. Representative Marvin Cole is the chair
Mm-hmm.
of the CDC's campaign here in Bong County. We've
Yeah.
gotten insider information that
Mm-hmm.
the CPP, that's the CDC in Bong County, from the coordinators to the zonal heads to the campaign people and everybody, they've said they do not want to work with the District 3 lawmaker. If he's the arrowhead of the CDC campaign in Bong County, they are not going to work with him. So how they are going to resolve that as well, as of the time we left Bong, there was to be a press conference in the evening, late afternoon, early evening, but I haven't gotten back to our source to see how that meeting went. But the key purpose of that meeting and that press conference was to denounce and neglect or distance themselves from working with Representative Marvin Cole of the
Wow.
CDC. Yeah. This is now one of the trends. We also got insider information again. That again led to a lengthy meeting after the
Mm-hmm.
president left District 15. They had a lengthy meeting for
Mm-hmm.
hours because again there was reportedly a commotion in the CDC, talking about working with Honorable Len Eugene Nangbe. People within the CDC, top brows in the CDC, according to our sources, also came out and said they do not want to work with Honorable Eugene Nangbe as the head of their campaign team. So we're hearing a lot of these stories. Again, they're unconfirmed, but they're from highly placed sources as well. PYJ is getting not so much of the votes. It's being split as well. The votes are being divided.
Mm-hmm.
Here in Ganta, as we spoke with people, we hear the name of other candidates, aside Senator Prince Yomi Johnson. Again, we just sampled a minute portion of the population, but from what we've gotten, this is what I'm reporting as well. We'll be heading to other parts of Nimba County and subsequently parts unknown in Liberia.
Awesome. Well, I can't thank you enough, Diamond. You're doing such a wonderful job bringing the news to us and, sacrificing, yourself. Look where you are in the dark, but you still have, the strength to bring us the news. So thank you so much. I do have, I have a few comments. I like to describe the way how people are voting, like a cocktail kind of a voting process. Like they're not so you always make the news. You always got headlines. So I got one for you: cocktail voting. Okay, and
Good one.
because
Yeah.
they're not going
Yeah,
straight like
mix it
the
up.
state, okay, straight CDC or
Yeah.
straight CPP or straight, United Party. They're kind of selecting, picking,
Yeah.
picking and choosing based on the person that they think that can meet their needs, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. The question: did they tell you why they didn't want to work with Eugene Nangbe? Did anybody say why?
Well,
I'm curious.
yeah, yeah. So from one of our sources within, they did say that he has been marginalizing those who call themselves "quote unquote" hardcore seditionists. Like Chairman Moba Molu. When last did you see Chairman Molu behind the president? When did you see Jefferson Koji behind the president on his trails? What that source said was these people, these names that I've mentioned, they said they've been ostracized. They do not want to work with Eugene Nambi, for the fact that they feel they know the in total and the out total of the CDC. They know the ins and the outs, and they are the ones more relatable. They've got the power, they've got the people. They should be given much more leverage. They should be allowed to be the ones campaigning, spearheading the campaign other than Eugene Nangwe. For Marvin Cole, what we were told in Bond County by our source is the fact that, again, these are unconfirmed,
Sure. These are just,
yeah, yeah. What we're getting from sources, the fact that some have termed him to be arrogant, reportedly, allegedly arrogant, he doesn't relate well with the people. And if he's the one spearheading the CDC campaign in Bond County, then they should brace themselves that they're not going to get much of the votes because, people, they've termed him to be one who's arrogant, one who doesn't, relate to the people that well in Bond County. So they need a better face, that they can relate with the people with and then get the votes that they need. So that's just that. Something.
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
I have another
Go ahead.
question. So Johnny Pay,
Mhm.
what makes him attractive to the people?
Well, again, that is the reason. I got a lot of messages in my inbox like, "Oh, why are you asking the people why they're voting for this person? Why? You shouldn't ask people why." But again, an opinion is an opinion. If you want to know why somebody is making a decision, if you just want the person to say JMB, no, George Weah, oh, okay, Alex Cummings, you want to know the reason behind that vote. Yeah. We want to know what are their thoughts. Why are they casting their ballot for this person? What's leading them in that direction? So for Johnny, when we were in Bond County, the people said Johnny is a relatable person. He's down to earth. He's been supporting the county in so many ways. In fact, he's got his own money, so he's not going to steal from the county. They need him to do much more for Bond County. He's a young man. He's the new face of Bond politics. And a lot of reasons surrounding what I just said. When you ask people why they're voting for President Weah, especially those in Nimba, they've said, look, he's given us roads. The road from Ganta to Logatuo, it's been paved. They've got 9 kilometers of road out of the 22 leading from Ganta to Saklepie. They've termed that development. They want more of that. He's a young man. He's delivered. Some people, on personal note, a lady said, look, he paid my wife's fees, so I'm going to vote for him. If you look at the CDC strategy, the CDC has been targeting first-time voters from the time they took power in 2018. They've been targeting those who reach the voting age because they think that if we do these things for them, they're going to vote us. When you listen to President Weah, he's making a lot of references to first-time voters because the perception is those who are civil servants, those who are the older voters, the middle-aged voters.
Oh my
they're not
goodness.
leaning in that
Simon, all of a
direction.
sudden you're coming in badly. All of a sudden you're breaking in.
Hello, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, I said all of a sudden you are breaking in badly. I don't know if you changed position or there's something going on with the
I
phone.
think the audio.
Yeah, it's due to the network. I'm not even hearing you. So let me go out of the software and just back in. Probably will be better.
Um,
Yeah, so Diamond was telling us that the CDC focus on first time voter. That's I heard that much. Did you hear that, Nelson? Was he saying first time voters or personal voters?
uh, come again with that. That
Was he
confusion.
saying first time voters? The CDC was focusing on first time voters or
Yeah, first time voters. He talked about that, and he also mentioned the issue of why people are voting for certain individuals.
Mhm.
Some of them are making the decisions based on personal benefits,
Okay,
personal
okay,
connections.
okay.
Yeah,
That's why I know I heard him say personal benefit, but I didn't. Okay.
so he was talking about that.
Mhm.
In the case of Johnny Weah, for example, the fact that he's one person who's down to earth and he relates to a lot of people in the county, and and some of them will say that he paid their school fees and all of
I
those things,
see.
some personal benefits that they
How did he get
qualify.
his money? I'm curious. Nelson, do you know? I was going to ask Diamond that question. How did he get his money? I just like to know because, before you go into government, if you have your own money, it's a good thing to know so you won't see the public's money.
Yeah, it's a very good one. It's a very good concern. I think a very few people in the country here have been having that kind of concern. But interestingly, Dr. Richardson, in spite of all of the different laws and everything we have on the book, even the issue of asset declaration, where before you get into government, you should declare your asset, how
Mhm.
much exactly are you worth, and declared. In the case where you're leaving, you should also declare. Interestingly, those things are not really working. So, um, people have been having similar concerns. But what I got
Mhm.
from one or two individuals is
Mhm.
that this man has been a business person. That's what I got. Yeah, according to two persons that I spoke with, they said he's been a business person, and that's how he got his money and so forth. But again, in this part of the world, here in Liberia, when a young person becomes successful, or you accumulate some level of wealth, it is almost a normal thing that some people will attribute that to ritualistic activities and so forth. Yeah, so
Wow.
there are some who hold on to that view as well, which has not been authenticated, though we've had cases where people in the rural parts of the country, very few young people would
Mhm.
confess of they are involved in how they go to certain places and they do
Mhm.
XYZ, and they get to have wealth and all of those things. But that's all of those pieces of information with respect to ritualistic or whatever. Those are unverified, information,
Mhm.
so we wouldn't delve into that. But what I've heard is that he's been a businessman, unless maybe Diamond has a follow-up there with respect to how
Yeah.
he accumulated
But those
wealth.
are just, the questions that I have, like how, what kind of business is he in? How did he get his money? And I think asking people about their opinion, like why are you voting for someone, is a good thing because we can learn, we can understand exactly what they're thinking from the little sample that he took for that area. So I like to know why, the whys of what they're doing, what they do. Dama, I see you back. Let's see if your sound is good.
Yes, Dr. Richardson. Am I audible enough?
Yes, you are. It's better.
Okay. All right. So yeah, what was your question
So I
before I
was
went off?
asking, I was asking if you knew how Johnny Pay got, what kind of business he does and how he got his money. I'm just curious.
Well, that's an investigation that we've instituted. He's a media-friendly person. From third-party sources, again, not from him, but from people associated with him. They said he's into the mineral industry. He's into diamond brokering, gold, and other
Wow.
and other ventures as well. Yeah,
That's
but
good.
we've asked to have a sit down with him, and
Mhm.
that is a question that we really want to ask. We missed him narrowly because when we arrived in Bond County, he had already departed to Monrovia. So yes, we'll have a sit down with him. But I'm sure, aside us as a someone vying for public office now, that's a question he should be willing to answer, not only from us but from anybody else who's going to ask him as to how he came by his wealth, because now he wants public office, and these are information that people need to know, so that they can instill their trust in him, knowing fully well his source of income is not a one that is illegal but rather legitimate, as well. So I'm thinking that's the question. In fact, Johnny got all of his merch, like many people, out of the country. In fact, he is an ally to the District 6 representative in Bon County, Madam Muhammad Briggs Mensa.
I saw that interview you do with her. I was saying, Diamond, I saw the interview you
It's
did
all
with
about
her.
having consolidation.
We lost him again, it looks like.
Is it my connection?
No, there's something we lost, Diamond. I was telling him that I saw the interview that he did with
Oh, okay.
Madam Brooks. Um, and I heard her use a word that I wasn't familiar with. She said she's not a Weah or a sedition, she's a Jewishan. I I have not heard the word Jewishan. I said there's a lot of shame in the country, so I was like, oh, okay. She likes Vice President Joel Howard. So that's why she's voting for the CDC. She said, I believe that's what I heard her tell Diamond. Well, I don't know where Diamond is, but I think anyway, I'll probably catch him another time to ask him. I think he exhausted all of the questions that I have for him. He answered them, and I just again want to thank him. I was going to ask, but that's okay. Let me bring in the panelists that are in the back. Except you want to say something else, and you want to add something to what was.
Okay, so today there were just a few. There are just a few.
Yes, yes. Tell me.
Um, Today, Representative Yeke Koluba had a press conference,
Mm,
and at the press conference, he addressed this issue. First of all, he said that he was being threatened by the president,
oh,
and so yeah, he was being threatened by the president when the president paid a visit at Peace Island, which is in District 10, where Yeke Koluba is a lawmaker. So
mhm.
according to Representative Yeke Koluba, the president said that the day he sees Yeke Koluba, the both of them will sleep under the market building. So
What I mean.
Representative, well, I read, but as per the lawmaker's own interpretation of it, he says what that means is that the president is after him. The president wants to assassinate him. So, and he's not afraid. So he'll be ready, and they will not tolerate any form of intimidation from the ruling establishment. Now, he went on to say that uh, first of all, he supports the opposition community. He named all the political leaders, Ambassador Boakai, Mr. Cummings,
Mhm.
Dr. Monumba, and all of those people. But he said he's a bit uncertain about whether the opposition community is really going to prosecute those who are involved into massive corruption, looting state resources, and all of that. He says he's really uncertain as to whether those in the opposition will make a change. And he said the reason for his uncertainty is due to the fact that some of the very people who have been whining and dining with the current administration, some of the people who have brought untold sufferings on the Liberian people, are crossing over to the opposition community. And
Mm.
he thinks when the opposition wins, it's going to be difficult for the opposition community to really prosecute those individuals because they've already started whining and dining with them. And he went on to say that he believes in Ambassador Barker, Mr. Cummings, and so forth. But the likes of Senator Kuhn, according to him, Senator Kuhn is one person who humiliated him at the level of the legislature. And so having Senator Kuhn on the ticket of the Unity Party, is just something, yeah. So he says he's uncertain. He also stated that the likes of Ambassador Louis Brown is one person who he thinks should be prosecuted as well, but is now whining and dining with the opposition community and several other individuals. So he says he's uncertain as to whether the opposition that they are all fighting for, whether this opposition community is really going to deliver in terms of prosecuting those who he said have brought untold suffering on the Liberian people.
Okay. I had a question for him. I wanted him to be a little bit more specific. He was specific and called Louis Brown's name, but who are the other people that he's talking about that are whining and dining with the opposition? I'm interested in if he can call. I know Yeke don't shy away from calling names, so
Uh,
Representative Yeke don't shy away, so he can do that.
yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, that is what that's a Richard saying. Dr. Monumba is on his campaign tour. He's still in Lofa County. There was some reports that I saw from there today as well. And the EPS boss had a
Mhm.
press conference today clarifying that he's in the country, he's not out of the country, and so forth. He had a press conference today making some clarity with respect to what he said was said about him. Yeah, so that is just to say. So those are just a few I wanted to. Now, aside from that,
Mhm.
the 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 smart AI update we had on here last evening.
Mhm.
Today there's a recent development to that.
Mhm.
Today, the according to information we've gathered, some of the funders, two of the funders of the smart AI, uh, were were invited by the police. They
Mhm.
were arrested, but then they were released on bail, according to the information we gathered.
Mhm.
So we saw a huge number of the victims of smart AI at the headquarters of the Liberian National Police today,
Mhm.
and they were calling on the national government to do something about it. And Dr. Richardson, so many people did not know that a lot of people were, into this smart AI thing until this whole cartel
Yeah.
or scheme or whatever bursted.
Yeah.
Now, today there was an interview with one of the victims is a pastor.
Yeah. I
So
heard.
yeah, so when he was asked by our media colleague, but you're a pastor, why did you get involved with this? He said, well, he thought it was a legit, and then he was asked, but you're a pastor, why didn't you detect or discern from the spiritual perspective that this thing is not real? He said he was focused on the legality of this whole smart AI, so he
Uh,
forgot to pursue the spiritual aspect where he would have been able to discern as to whether this smart AI is real. But interesting thing is that he said
mhm.
he was able to convince a lot of his members to invest into smart AI. So now
Wow.
he's not just the only victim, but so
Yeah.
many of his members are also victims, and so they were calling on the government to really make some interventions.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Wow. Yeah, I saw some posting on social media about that. So I see anything else?
I
No?
think I think I will stop here for now. Yeah.
Okay. Just want to welcome Mr. Maxwell. Thank you for being here. We just get our trending news. Let me just check in with Diamond to make sure that he's done. Okay. Diamond, are
Thank
you
you very
done?
much.
Yeah, Dr. Richardson, just to wrap up on the same smart AI
Uh-huh.
thing that Nelson spoke about. So today when we were in Bond County, yesterday when this whole issue of this smart AI thing, shutting down and people crying. Interestingly, it also affected a lot of folks here in Bond County. I was shocked, to see the length, the how wide is spread across the country. I
Wow.
was thinking it to just be a Monrovia thing, a Monserrado County thing. But even in Nimba County, yeah, when we're conducting the opinion poll, some guys said they don't want to talk to us because what they're thinking about is how they're going to get their money from smart AI.
Wow. Amen.
Today in Bond County again, where you hear a trending audio on social media where this guy is saying he's going to place tires on the road, he's going to block the government buildings in Bond County. I was there when that clip was brought in by Premium FM, the station here, one of the stations in Bond County. So it has affected the entire country. We just getting just a tip of the iceberg as to how widely people invested in that scheme. That's a pyramid scheme right there for you. You
Yes.
know, you saw Nelson. They mentioned the police officer. Where did he leave his investigative
Yeah,
skills? And he
yeah.
decided to invest in smart AI. The waiter today at one of the restaurants in Bond County, I was talking about smart AI. I said, but the people who invest in that in a real mugu now. He said, product, all you talking to so man, 50,000 left inside. I said, oh,
50,000 Liberian money, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
50,000 like money. Now play the mad that I register. Now play the
50,000 will
mad
be
that
like a little over 200.
Wow.
at the
Credit
current rate,
250.
that's like 250 thereabout.
Yeah,
For
Yeah.
somebody who's doing waiter job to invest that kind of money and
Sure.
lose it is
Yeah.
devastating. Another guy said his brother gave him money to buy spare parts close to 2,000 plus 300,000 Liberian dollars, and he decided the best way to invest his brother's money, other than buying the goose, was to put it in smart AI. And how is he going to get back to his brother? So we're hearing a lot of stories, but why
so
people are wanting to blame the GSM companies? That's what I don't get, Nelson, Dr. Richardson, and Maxwell. You see a lot of people putting blame on the GSM providers. That why did they allow this company, to take their money and all of that? The GSM service will speak for themselves, but are you blaming them? That's the question there. So I just rest on
yeah,
that.
yeah. So just
Mhm.
a little update on that, Dr. Richardson.
Mhm.
Last night on the late night show, there is one of the guys who serves as who comes on the show as well. He's into this technology thing.
Mhm.
He's a cyber security expert, and then he was saying that because we were on the show just a few days ago when someone kept commenting in the comment section asking as to whether the smart AI is legit.
Really?
So then I referred the question to him. He got in touch with the person, and just a single day, he did a research, and according to him, as per his research, a research directed him to India.
Ah.
All right. So through his research, he got to uncover that this whole the individuals who sat and orchestrated this thing, they have some sort of root from India, so that's where it directed him to. So there's some sort of Indian connection to this, and that's why maybe the police or the authority will have to really take this up seriously.
But
And
you
Yeah.
see
this
the
this
where
was
woman
this
are on a banner.
on the third, just on the 3rd of August. So it's
Mhm.
even amazing. It's even unthinkable how they were able to take over the entire country from August 3. Where the registration, we keep seeing the business registration from August 3 up to the 15, less than 2 weeks, taking over the entire country is just something that a lot of people are
There's
wondering about.
there's you here say you must flash to get more people. So what they did was they flash the first people some money, to convince them. Then they in turn went out and became agents, and then went recruited others, because the more you recruit, the more percentage bonus you get. The
Wow.
more your money grow. So that just what they did. They just flash few persons with some money to encourage them. Yeah, man, I will join running for you. Yeah. Oh, but then
Yeah,
if Paul can withdraw, myself I can withdraw too. Then you saw the white woman on the banner too, and Nelson. They have one white woman on the banner and stuff like that. With few of our black guys, that alone are another convincing thing where we want even a legitimate thing. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
so so we
Yeah.
just pray that they get some sort of redress, whatever it
Hmm.
would be. Yeah, which is going to be very, very hard, very difficult too.
Mhm.
Um, but we pray they get some redress, and our people should learn from these things. We have another company in this country called QNet. You remember QNet, right, Nelson? Yeah.
Yeah.
QNet caused a lot of wahala here, and people forgot about QNet, and then they jump beyond Smart AI. I'm hearing there's another one called Wish M, you know,
Jesus.
another one called
Diamond,
Wish M. Yeah.
Diamond, our people are not going to learn from these things simply because the financial safety net that should be put in place failed them miserably. It is the sole
Mm.
responsibility of government and the private sector to provide financial safety nets for the Liberian people so that predatory companies do not penetrate to enter the Liberian financial ecosystem. Once a company penetrates and enters the
Mm-hmm.
Liberia financial ecosystem, like ordinary Liberians will assume by virtue of that fact that these companies are safe and business reliable. So it is not the ordinary Liberian people that's going to stop this because they are looking for opportunities. It is the government and the private sector that will have to work to make sure that predatory companies do not penetrate the ecosystem, the financial ecosystem safety net of Liberia. I will say this: smart AI was simply a Ponzi scheme. Liberia has had a burning murder moment. Ordinary Liberians right now are hurting seriously because they already do not have money. They were looking for financial opportunities. You cannot blame them. It is important that people continue to look for other avenues of opportunities to be financially well off.
Mhm.
But we have seen now that cybercrime has increased. It's now becoming much more sophisticated in Liberia, where it is now targeting directly the ordinary Liberian pockets. This is more than a national security issue. The government should be able to protect the ordinary Liberian savings and provide them with the appropriate information of all financial entities within the country. Already, we should know fully well that Liberians have a memory not to trust financial institutions. So, this is not good for the financial economy of Liberia when ordinary Liberian sentiment changes. It means that Liberians will not be putting money in banks. It means that Liberians will prefer putting money under their mattresses or their mattress other than putting money into financial institutions, which will never be good for liquidity on the market or money velocity for that matter. We need money to move around in Liberia, and we need liquidity to increase, which means lending from banks. And if the financial institutions in Liberia cannot provide the financial safety,
Mhm.
then it means that our economy is in dire strait and deep trouble.
Yeah. But you know something, and we're gonna move on, guys. Nelson and Diamond, anything else you'd like to add?
No,
I think
nothing else from my end, Dr. Richardson. I'll just hang on with you guys until the rest of the panelists can come on, and then
Thank you.
lead you guys further.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was just gonna say, poverty can cause people to do a lot of things. I think the origin of many of our family members investing in this scheme is because they're looking for more money. Some people don't have a job. Some people just wishing that uh, they can their best luck would occur by involving in this scheme. So, along with security issues, I think that if we fix our poverty issue, at least begin to address it. I was listening to something that Samuel Tuer said, that they didn't say that they were going to take 1 million people out of poverty. They said they were going to lift 1 million people out of poverty. And then he went on to say that if they lift one person, that one person could have had 5 or 4 person attached to them. So they consider that one person plus the 4 or 5 person uh, lifting
Well,
being lifted out of poverty. So
Samuel Twer is playing semantics That's all it is.
Absolutely.
And it is one individual that, I mean, he's a minister. I have a respect for his position as minister. He's taken an oath of office the same way I took an oath of office, so I would give him due respect for that fact.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes when he opens his mouth to speak to Liberian people, I wonder whether he actually tried his best to think through what he's actually saying, especially coming from the position that he's speaking out of. Samuel Toy is a minister of finance for planning and development. A minister of finance for planning and development in Liberia don't just speak at randomly. Your word has so much implication, not just for the financial market of Liberia, but it
Yes,
also has a major implication on the social fabric of Liberia. Because
absolutely.
whatever trigger goes on within the financial sector, it immediately affects the social sector immediately.
Absolutely.
So someone like him, if he's speaking as Samuel Twe from a private perspective, he's whom, whatever, is okay. But as long as he wears that cloth and go to the Ministry of Finance and he speaks as the Minister of Finance, his words should be calculative. He should be very, very, very careful what he says. I sat there and I listened to him on his recent interview trying to defend President Weah's policy.
Mm-hmm.
It was sad. I could see, unfortunately, I could see the body language between the two ministers at the time that was sitting on camera. I saw that when he made that comment, that very unusual comment about reducing poverty or whatever the case might be in that statement,
Lifting people out of poverty.
lifting people out of poverty. I saw that Eugene Nangbe body language change immediately because that was an unexpected comment. That comment was not vetted by the cabinet. And that's some of the issues that we need to be talking about. Such a comment needs to be vetted by the cabinet before you come and speak it.
Off the
Because
cuff.
it has the propensity of coming back to hurt the country and the president and our civilized nature in Liberia.
Absolutely.
How can you make a claim such? Oh, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in the same interview that I saw him, that I heard him, he was saying that there's no way to calculate the employment statistics in Liberia. So like in other parts of the world, like every month in the United States, they give us, like the employment statistics, like maybe 4% or whatever people are unemployed or 5%. But he said, given the complexity of the situation, the economic situation in Liberia and other parts of Africa, there's no way to calculate how many people are not poor or how many people are working, actually, how many people are working. So my question immediately was, if you can't calculate employment situation, how do you measure who's poor and not poor to lift them out of poverty? So
let's first speak on the issue of calculation. He's trying to create what other people call in many areas plausible deniability for himself. It is his responsibility through policy and implementation to create the enabling environment to start to develop statistics in that direction.
Correct.
That's the reason why you have lists.
Correct.
If you cannot develop it, you start to develop it from county by county, city by city.
I agree.
So coming up to say fairly to Liberian people that it's difficult to calculate, it means there's a retrogressive understanding of our society, not a progressive understanding of our society. It means that we are not doing anything to change the current downgrading of our economic understanding of Liberia,
yes,
which is very paramount to our going forward, to our new understanding of what Liberia needs to be.
I agree. And to be fair to him, I think I did hear him say he's on the onset of preparing a statistical measure or some way to calculate unemployment in the country. I think I did hear him say that, just to be fair to him. But he justified the fact that we can't calculate unemployment statistics in Liberia because he said Ellen tried and apparently she couldn't. I think there was a number that was brought up to her about how many people were unemployed, and she said, "Are you kidding me?" She didn't believe it for 1 minute. And so he brought that up to justify the complexity in developing the statistics that will measure how many people are unemployed. But again, like my question immediately was, if you don't know how many people are unemployed, how do you know how many people are lifting out of poverty?
In a country like Liberia, it's
Mhm.
always going to be difficult from a developmental economic perspective. It is the incumbent upon the responsibility of the government to
Mhm.
make easy those difficulties. That's
Yes.
the reason why you are in power in the first place.
Yes.
It is it, that's the reason why you have a budget. The budget responsibility is for developmental
Mhm.
affairs. So
Absolutely.
if data generation is critical to policy making, it is
Yes.
incumbent upon the government to put money into that basket to
Mhm.
develop those data so as to have information in policy making. So if the honorable minister will come up and say, okay, we know we're trying to find better ways to be able to develop these statistics so
Mhm.
as to understand and get more information in the policy direction of Liberia, then I will understand that.
Mhm.
But I won't understand such if it's coming from a defeatist perspective.
Yes.
And it
Or
means
even
that
just or even just mentioning a number. Like how did you derive at taking 1 million people out of poverty? You have to have some evidence to say that you can do this, when you take place. Well, I mean, when you take office. But like you said, what statistics drove them to come up with these numbers that they have? So there's a lot of questions, but I do believe, and when I talk about having innovative thinking, uh, a new way of thinking, very similar to what I think you're celebrating a new Liberia. This is what I'm mentioning. In order for our country to move from where it is, antiquated, which I describe it, is almost like anybody have seen how the Amish people live in the United States? That's what it reminds me of. Liberia sometimes reminds me of. There's no electricity, but the Amish people is a religious thing. It's not that they don't want to get electricity. There's no electricity. The schools, they do have their own homeschooling, or sometimes they choose so that the kids go to regular school. But it's just, it is just backward. I was thinking last night, our entire country, how many traffic, Nelson, maybe you can help me out here. I think I remember seeing one traffic light in the country, and I don't even know where I saw it.
And that the richest thing, interestingly,
Mhm.
I run a traffic show, a road safety program, and that has been one of the issues we've highlighted for several years.
Mhm.
Um, at some point, we had traffic lights mounted at few intersections, but
Yes,
now
I remember.
most of the lights are off. So
Yes.
right now, on the entire Tottenham Boulevard, if you drove from ELW Junction, even let's say from Dubois Road, going all the way to Central Monrovia, there are only two traffic lights that are working.
Mhm.
One at Gramoma intersection and one at 20th Street. Aside from
Wow.
those two lights on the entire Tottenham Boulevard, throughout Central Monrovia, there's no traffic light.
Hmm.
So if you drove along the Japan Freeway, it used to be Somalia Drive. There
Yes,
are few traffic lights mounted
that's
there,
true. That's
and they are
true.
working. I must say those ones are working. But aside from, there are new intersections that we have now that even need traffic lights. But
Mhm.
unfortunately, it's a serious issue. At Boulevard Junction, which happens to be one of the busy intersections, if you
Mhm.
we'll take our camera there one of those days, Dr. Richardson, you'll notice that the pedestrians and the
Mhm.
drivers, the vehicles, they struggle to cross the road or to make their way through all at the same time because there's no traffic light. Most times, the police officers are not at that segment of the road to direct who should go or who should stay. So it's just a serious issue. Yeah,
Right.
just a serious
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah. So I think if our leaders can just move forward to the developed world, and I'm not saying that everything is good in the developed world. I'm one of the people who criticize that we have to be able to take what's good for us, and we have to be able to contextualize it to Liberia's standard, and then of course use it. But if we just continue to elect people who don't have the the strength or the audacity to brainstorm, to come up with things like, unemployment status, uh, solar panel for energy, using uh, technology to enhance education, all of those things, then we'll just be where we are. And I think this is the reason why we need innovative leaders that kind of understand two systems, like a leader that have been in, a developed system and a leader that has been in an antiquated system. So I think if we kind of have leaders like that, that will help Liberia come a long way. For example, in a developed country, you can't just break the law. You can't just say you're not going to work. You can't just, there's clocking in. You have to, it's a commitment. So it becomes a part of you. It's just something as simple as that. And so that's why I really support, people who are innovative in their thought process in leading Liberia.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, Dr. Richardson. I know the show has not started yet, so I won't just say, to talk about my candidate and my president.
Wait, please say something.
I'm going. Yeah, please.
When you mentioned I'm going to start, I mean, I was hoping that, I guess, Stanton was coming on, but I don't see him. So, but we're going to start. But I was going to tell you something before we start. My brother, who is a supporter of Vice President Boakai, he says that he likes you because you stick he wants me to be like you. He says, please stay focused. He said, every time I come, I'm talking about Vice President Boakai, which I don't think I do it intentionally. I do it in the context of making a contrast. And he likes Prince Maxwell because no matter what you're talking, even if you say the world is falling apart, Prince will say, well, this is the perspective of Dr. Moneybob. He sees the world falling apart because...
No, I mean, shout out to your brother. Sir, I do respect you. Thank you very much. That's why I'm here. I think that's the reason why my purpose is on Spoon TV.
Yeah.
I'm here to talk about policy of Dr. Clarence Moniba and Madam Grace Brown. I'm here to talk about issues in Liberia. I'm here to speak to Liberian people and to you as well. I'm not here to talk about myself. I'm not here to attack any candidate because we all are fighting for the same thing. I will hope that the Unity Party will stop sending Chihuahua politicians and bring in real people who really speak the politicians. Come on, to be fighting up every day. No, I want to hear what is Ambassador Boakai is doing on healthcare, so that people can know what Dr. Moniba is doing on healthcare. I want to know what Ambassador Boakai or Cummings or Minister Gonwolo, Mr. Gonwolo is doing on education or justice. These things are things that the Liberian people need to listen to. There are times where we know what the government is doing and we need to create a contrast. I've always created contrast for Dr. Moniba because his ideas are very much different from that of what President Weah has today. And this is one of the issues I want to even point out there. This now is a privileged information. There are ways to develop statistics in Liberia that points to whether there's a rise in poverty or decline in poverty or decrease in poverty.
I agree.
There are key commodities on our market that are consistently sold and bought on our market.
Yes.
So if we want to know, are the Liberian people feeling well in Liberia, all we need to do is turn to these commodities. And one of the commodities is this: cement.
Yes.
We know cement is a major factor in Liberia developmental agenda. And
Correct.
we know cement is a major factor on people's personal budget. So if we create, because Dr. Moniba has thought about creating this in Liberia, so Liberian people understand where their money going and how they're spending their money. The cement production index, we know fully well that Liberian people spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on an annual basis just to buy cement. Whether they are building bathroom, small house, small kitchen, whatever it is, they can do it. Also, because cement is produced in Liberia, we can go to these factories and ask them,
yes,
per annual, how much cement are you selling on our local market?
Absolutely.
And we can know immediately how much cement is bought and used on Liberian market. Also, from that same statistics, we can understand the developmental pathway. Is it increasing in Liberia or decreasing?
Correct.
because spending has to be a major part of that. The next index that Dr. Moneyma has decided to create is the zinc purchase index. Every Liberian buys zinc.
True.
Whether they buy 1 sheet of zinc, 2 sheet of zinc, 3 sheet of zinc, or a whole bundle, every Liberian buys zinc.
Yes.
And zinc comes with a cost. We need to know, because these are all basket of factors that leads towards development or underdevelopment.
Yes.
So if Minister Twe comes out and say, "Oh, I don't know how to calculate this, we don't know how to calculate that," then it means that Minister Twe is lazy. Because one, Minister Twe has budget, he has labor, he has technology, and he has intellectual property. He can use all of these things to his advantage to develop this information that Liberian people need. Ordinary Liberians need this information so that they can be able to make sound decisions on how to spend their money, whether to save more money or spend more money.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I agree with you. I definitely agree with you. And I think to get the numbers, you just got to go to the different vendors, the different stores that supply zinc to Liberians or cement. I mean, a good amount of them, maybe you won't get 100%, but a significant amount to be able to generalize the findings, it will be helpful. Yeah. So having said that, it's just you and I. I don't know where the rest of our people, maybe they were going to roll in, but never mind. We can.
I'm sure when they hear me on air right now, they're all running to get here right now. They are all ready. They can't leave this empty field for me because they know I will populate this field in the best possible way. They know that. Don't worry, you know the party people running coming right now. They are speeding going home.
Well, they don't accuse you of making a contrast. They accuse me of making a contrast. But this is how I see it, though. Because my brother and I had this argument early on, and I did a Facebook post about it as well. This is a race that we're in, and my goal is to get as many people to vote for Mr. Alexander Cummings. And by me speaking about what he can do better than Buckeye, Vice President Buckeye, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be respectful, but it just comes out that way. Disrespectful, I mean. Then the most people I can influence, the better it is for my candidate. So I enjoy making a contrast, and it's not a personal attack. And so he asked me, he said, "Why don't you make the contrast with George Weah?" I said, "The people are already living George Weah. I don't need to make that contrast." And eventually, I'm sure I'll be able to get to the point of making a contrast, because let's say he's in, second round, then I'll make the contrast. If Buckeye's in second round, then I'll continue to make the contrast. So, he didn't buy that. Of course, he will not buy that because it's a little biased. But I think, anybody should be making a contrast as well as promoting a candidate. And
look, the first thing I can, let me just throw my hat into this, right? And that's the reason, and that's the reason why I've decided that I'm going to support Dr. Clarence Moniba's candidacy and Madam Grace Brown, because they are the two perfect, absolutely fitted candidate for the presidency of Liberia. President George Weah, for who I've loved as a child, growing up watching him play football, and I've been very critical in my own personal analysis of his presidency, has been the quintessential president of Liberia. There is no Liberian more Liberian than George Weah that became president.
True.
I want seditions to hear what I've said. There is no Liberian more Liberian that became president of feel Liberia than George Weah. George Weah is the original Liberian, like every 95% of Liberian people. And he became president. The expectation of the Liberian people was that they were the quintessential president, George Weah, was going to bring the wind of change that they knew to the presidency.
So Maxwell, I'm going to just stop you for a little bit, because I want you to be very explicit. This is like we'll be in a classroom setting. When you say quintessential president, are you talking about the fact that he came from a poverty background, and he, struggled to make himself who he is right now. Like many Liberians, like you said, 95% of Liberians, they're struggle to become who they are. So, is that what you mean, or you meant something else?
Yes, that's exactly what I meant. George Weah, when I say quintessential, what I mean is George Weah is the rag to rich story, rag to possibility story,
Correct.
beating the odds story in Liberia as a football player.
Yes.
George Weah is the president, the individual who many people, when they think about, I have talent and what my
Yes.
talent can do, is that there are so many talented people in Liberia that are trapped.
Yes.
And have been trapped for many, 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 many years. George Weah was the first individual in that trapped environment who burst through that to get to where he needed to get to.
Yes.
So it made him the quintessential Liberian. Now, I never said quintessential president, quintessential Liberian who became the president.
Yes. Okay, good distinction.
Everybody can subscribe to his story. Now, as an individual, but he became president based upon that. And when I say based upon that, what I mean is that poverty, that corruption, that undereducation. We saw how George Weah had to shamefully struggle to portray that he was educated, or at least go back to get re-educated.
Yeah.
Because it was a Liberian story. So many Liberians were comfortable that this man who know what we're going through, if he become president, those things that we really want him to do, those glass ceiling that we can push through, he will break it down for us. When George Weah became president, education is nowhere.
Yeah.
Corruption under his government became Magnitsky Act.
Correct.
The ordinary young Liberian, job unemployment down.
Yes.
No major national development signature project is carried on. Everything has been repeated development agenda.
How about that statue that they built for him somewhere in, I don't know. I think
that's a personal effect.
I'm just kidding.
Right? That's a personal effect. I'm very sure that he himself had a reservation about that. All right, because he has eyes to see. But the point is, he has allowed himself to be completely surrounded by individuals who do not understand where his place in history in Liberia is. The first thing that our current president has done to himself is diminish that place in history for himself in Liberia.
I'm going to stop you right there because, again, I'm in the classroom.
It's okay.
When you say he doesn't understand, and I'm paraphrasing you a little bit, his place in history, where do you think his place in history is?
George Weah's place in history in Liberia is one of a lighthouse. That at the time of Liberia's darkest moment, this is the only individual that from a public individual perspective was out there.
Sure.
Still proud enough to say, I'm a Liberian. Even on BBC, news, media, whatever the case might be. Not only that, he crowned that up by coming back to Liberia when nobody expected him to have come back home.
Absolutely.
Now, Liberians carry that in their memory. But what is now clear for Liberian people to understand, they need to separate that to George Weah.
Yes.
There's now two George Weah. There's George Weah, the footballer, who did the things that Liberian people thought was correct. And there's George Weah, the president, who now doing things Liberian people do not understand.
Correct.
And think that, wait, is it the same person we know?
Yes.
So,
but and I'm going to ask you something, Mr. Maxwell. So what lesson do you think that we can learn from just what you said? You said George Weah, the football player, and George Weah, the president. There's two, and I agree with you. There's two different people because those two things require two different skills. They require two different functioning almost. One, his his football acuity, his organizational skills on the field to some extent, his stamina. But the other one requires a lot of like maybe decision making skills, leadership, reading to some extent,
Mhm.
uh,
Mhm.
you know, projecting vision for the country,
Mhm.
vision. So yeah. So what lesson do you think we can learn from these two different personas?
The lesson that we can learn is that duality is not the solution. And you need a singularity in a president, not a duality in a president. You need singularity in that when a president said, "This is who I was," meaning this is who
Mm-hmm,
I still am,
mm-hmm.
right? For one example that we know of is the fact that when you become president, is the reason, this is one of the reasons why I am standing up for Dr. Moniba,
Yeah.
because Dr. Moniba has a singularity character. This is who I am because this is who I was. I can say this because look at all of President Weah's speeches right now. President Weah has never preferred to speak of himself as the president. When
Ah.
he's speaking of himself, he speaks of himself as the footballer because he
Ah.
understands that Liberian people still see him, they still think about those days. He
Do
understands
you
that if
think?
I speak of the president, I'll show up the failures. So let
Yes.
me run away from being the president and go to the footballer where I never have failure before.
Mm-hmm. So in psychology, we look at that as a disintegration, a fragmented self. Do you think he see himself? Do you think he see himself, congruent in a way, like
No,
or is he?
I think,
Is
I
that
think, I think, I think from a political analysis perspective, President Weah has gotten himself trapped in that. He's gotten himself trapped in that perspective. The time he had the opportunity to free himself from that perspective was right after his 100 days in office,
mm-hmm.
to now break the football player yoke and then wear the office of the president uniform, right? You see that President, we are still quoting his UNICEF Day triumph to maintain the peace. That's President Weah's UNICEF Day mandate.
That's true?
His, his mandate now is the mandate of the Constitution. But he's not
Correct.
saying, I'm maintaining the peace because of the Constitution, because I saw a sworn oath that the peace
Yes.
must be maintained. And he doesn't link the idea of the maintenance of the peace to
Mm.
anti-corruption.
Yes. Yeah. Or
He doesn't
security
understand
issues.
that in order to maintain the peace in Liberia, I need to have a strong anti-corruption policy.
Correct.
He thinks that the peace means the gun not shooting anymore. That when he was UNICEF ambassador, that was his responsibility to make sure that child soldiers and disenfranchised youth lay the guns down. Now his
Absolutely.
responsibility as president is to make sure that anti-corruption or corrupt officials are prosecuted so that Liberian money can be stolen, so that small children who need money to go to school and parents who need money to send their children to and give their children opportunity can be there.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
no longer the issue of the guns anymore, but now it's the issue of silent stealing.
Yeah. And I just to interrupt you a little bit because I know you have to carry
It's
on. I'm
okay.
enjoying this. I
It's
hope
okay.
that our viewers are also enjoying this. I think we are doing a great job trying to just illuminate who George Weah is and how we Liberians got to where we are, and maybe helping us make choices, better choices in selecting a leader. So I was just thinking about his UNICEF days. Something a lot of people don't realize that he was a like poster man or poster football player for UNICEF. He was there to help them with the HIV project where they wanted to bring awareness to Africans. I think he went to Ghana, uh, uh, who are suffering from AIDS, or to discourage Africans from having deviant sexual behavior that will contribute them to getting AIDS. Then, of course, they hire him again, to to work with the child soldiers in Liberia. He actually came from Sierra Leone during that time. They had a whole crew behind him to film his visit. In fact, the film was used to make money in I think it's the Netherlands or one of those Dutch countries, uh, to make money for them to raise money for UNICEF. So when he came to Liberia, he actually came with, I think, Rudik was the soccer player, and please forgive me, I'm not a soccer fan like that. He actually came with another soccer player, and he was in Liberia for, I believe, 1 week, and he gave a lot of like publicity speech, which is what is required of a UNICEF person, saying, okay, we need our children to go back to school. UNICEF, the world, please help us come and build schools, give these children something to do. So when I hear him saying, oh, I was here and other politicians were not here during the war, you are here based on UNICEF. It wasn't like you took your own money or your own volition to come to Liberia. So I actually just wanted to make that clear to Liberian people, because I heard him make that on the campaign trails that he was in Liberia where other people are not there.
Yeah, absolutely. I do agree with you. I do agree with, and brilliant analysis. Just look at this, right? When people ask, there are two. Okay, if people who've watched Lord of the Ring or any Marvel movie, they'll always notice that there's always a power tool for the heroes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all presidents carry power tool, right? The president's two power tool in Liberia is the budget and his political agenda.
Mm-hmm.
The budget and his political agenda. Now, let's look at President Weah's political agenda. And this is, again, I'll come back. I know people get tired of me saying this over and over. This is the reason why I certainly support Dr. Moniba and Madam Grace Brown, because of the careful, calculated, and sensitive way they have put their political agenda together to fit what the Liberian people hope and aspiration actually is. Mm-hmm. President Weah has not been able to do that. President Weah's political agenda should have been, mm-hmm, or could have been, one, anti-corruption, enemy number one.
Mm-hmm.
Two, education.
Yeah.
Priority number one. Three, food security. Priority number two. Or whatever way you would have spin that.
Yes, sure.
Right? We know fully well in Liberia since the time of Dancourt, mm-hmm, that the U.S. government have taken a bigger portion of Liberia's military and security system responsibility. So yes, it is not a major hurdle to any president coming. They've cushioned the president in that area. So yes, now the president now have a better leeway to focus on other social issues.
Absolutely.
Right?
But but it could be argued that, which he usually uses this argument, that when he got into the presidency, the UN, who was instrumental in giving us the security cushion and some economic cushion as well, they were pulling out.
Look, listen, the argument cannot be made from a security perspective because Liberia has remained safe since the UN left. The argument that economists have been making is that the departure of the UN system had a major downside effect on the property market in Liberia.
Correct.
That is the direct effect. Now, we never, this part of it is not the part of the government or the part of anything else. We simply never had an economic cushion to that effect. But it doesn't mean that that was a major turn down in budget in the government. Because understand this, our budget is supplemental, right? There are many supplements and extended development help that goes directly to our budget. So
donors,
if there is any effect on our budget, it's maybe a 0.01% of that, right? So let's just be clear about that. That was not a major problem for our budget. The problem here is whatever we are getting out of the budget has never been used smartly, has never been implemented in a way that Liberians can say, oh, you know what? Now we see something. Like I said
Mm-hmm.
earlier on, when President Weah took over, many young people in Liberia and all the scholars that I went to school with at AME University at the time I was there, they will always say to you that government is a continuous process, continuity,
Yes.
right?
Continuity.
So no one expected President Weah to just disregard the projects of President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. But
No.
we've seen all of the economists in Liberia have said that, and developmental experts have said that President Weah met nearly 90% of those projects, whether it is project in terms of negotiation or implementation, met on time. So it wasn't like he was front loading anything else. All he had to do was to go over all of those developmental plans, see where they are, and what the next steps would be in terms of completion.
Okay, I'm going to hold you right there. And I hope I don't interrupt your train of thought here. But I mean, you were inside person, you're in Ellen's government. And, reportedly, there was a team, a transitional team that would have helped him understand, that these projects, the mandate, what he needed to carry on in order to have an anti-corruption plan or educational plan or healthcare plan, but we didn't see that. So did you guys not do your job, or did he not listen? How would you?
And again, another contrast with Dr. Moniba. Dr. Moniba and Madam Grace Brown understand what transitional plan means and how crucial it is for the continuation of democracy, transparency, and governance. Right? It's not only the issue of budget or developmental plan on the table. There was also the issue of the decentralization plan on the table that the president was going to make President Weah's government fully aware of. President Weah's office, I believed, that I do not have this information because at a point in time, I was serving out of country. So certainly there were people who were around the government to advise the incoming government on the issues that were all put together. If I do remember well, the Commerce Ministry was one part of that. And the current Commerce Minister, or the former one, was furnished with all of the information concerning where the Commerce Ministry was, what the next steps were, and the issues that were of concern to them. If Madam Sirleaf government had not done that adequately, I think that by now we would have heard that from the CDC-led government.
Okay.
I think by now
don't be surprised.
We would have heard that.
Don't be surprised if the morning.
They didn't tell us this. They didn't tell us this. But I'm sure that I can believe, I could surmise that information was provided. But the usability of that information is what in question. And we can promise, and Dr. Moniba can promise the Liberian people and Madam Grace Brown that the usability of transitional information will be used adequately, because there's a slippery slope when that information is not passed on properly, and there's a slippery slope when that information is not put into better use in terms of implementation. And that is what the current administration has suffered from. They never actually use the information adequately.
Let me hold you right there. Let's talk about anti-corruption, which you said those should have been his vision, coming there and working on anti-corruption, education, food security, vice versa, But so how did he fail with anti-corruption? What could he have done better than what he's doing now?
Okay. Now, what we know about corruption in Liberia is that it's a clientelistic affair. We know that. Okay. We know that corruption is a major force in Liberia, and it has caused the previous government headaches in so many ways. Now, we need to understand that President Weah won a popular majority of the Liberian people's mandate.
Sure.
popular majority of the Liberian people's mandate. I'm not saying statistics.
Mhm.
Most Liberian people wanted him to be president while he became president. That's popular
Correct.
majority vote.
Mhm. Yes.
Okay. So it meant that he had all of the political power to put
Correct.
in tough measures for anti-corruption. We knew that the banking system was not too good enough in Liberia.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
They better monitoring and evaluation of
Mm-hmm.
how money was in and coming out. We knew fully well, based on UN report, that money laundering was going on in the country. We knew
Mm-hmm.
that because these were all part of the report that were coming out. We knew that
Yes.
nefarious actors were in Liberia doing crazy things. We knew
Sure.
that. So taking over the government would mean one of the first thing that President Weah should have done is to put a lid immediately on the financial sector by instituting anti-corruption measures to monitor and evaluate all ministries, money coming in, money going out, and reporting it to Liberian people. That never happened. That's his first primary failure, because the Liberian people were counting on him. They have given him the mandate to do that, but he ignored the mandate for political expediency.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to be seen as a political player than a president.
So what
The second,
indications do you have to suggest that he wanted to be seen as a political player? I'm just again asking
yeah,
question. Tell
number
me.
one, the formation of cabinet,
Uh-huh.
which is a key signal to Liberian people of what you intend to do. The same way as the budget is a key signal to the legislature and the Senate on what your development agenda is.
Correct.
And how you
Reflective.
intend to prioritize your political agenda. His cabinet selection did not show to Liberian people he was serious about corruption.
Correct. Do you think he should have selected or put in place a anti-corruption czar or something, a task force to attack corruption, like make it a serious thing?
Absolutely. When Madam Shelley was president, she created something called a PDU, the Presidential Delivery Unit.
Okay.
That unit could have been replicated to seem or look as an anti-corruption unit directly in the office of the president, where international organizations can work directly with them in terms of monitoring and evaluation of all government ministries and agencies.
Okay, good.
Because the PDU, which was the Presidential Delivery Unit, were responsible for monitoring and evaluating all government projects in the country, looking at an evaluation in terms of timeline, implementation, and duration. So these things were crucial. The president never had such in his office. He never kept such in his office, nor did he pay attention to such of his office. Instead, he kept it at arm's length at the commission, where there were so many issues of confusion as it pertains to mandate and direction. The president was to solve the issue of mandate and correction and direction. Even to today, the Anti-Corruption Commission doesn't have a clear mandate and direction.
Correct. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And this is one of the area that the Moniba has succinctly spoke of consistently by the issue of law, prosecution, or the recommendation thereof of prosecution should have been a critical element in the power of the Anti-Corruption Commission, a recommendation that goes directly to the president for his signature. Yeah. But the anti-corruption mandate became politicized in the country, which in turn diminished the power of the Anti-Corruption Commission to go towards decentralization.
Okay. Yeah. So do you think one of the things that he would have done to suggest his seriousness about corruption would have been declaring his asset and making it public? Because as I understand now, it's a secret kind of a thing. You have to probably request through public information. I don't know, a Public Information Act, maybe to get that declaration. So, do you think if you are going to be upfront and fair to the Liberian people, just a suggestion, something that will make him appear serious about corruption? This is my declaration. This is my of assets.
I like the fact you said make him serious about declaration. There is nothing that makes a Liberian serious about governance other than the Constitution of Liberia.
Mm-hmm.
It's the sole arbiter of power in Liberia.
Sure, absolutely.
Is there any such thing in the Constitution of Liberia? That's one aspect. Like
said,
every government official must declare that asset, blah, 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 whatever the case is, enshrined in the Constitution. So when you see, I bet you right now, there are constitutionalists in Liberia who are knocking their head against the wall. Because if we need to support corruption in Liberia, anti-corruption in Liberia, we need stronger laws that supersedes some of the things that we have on our book, where there cannot be no wiggle way for politicization or creating, what would I say, a legal fiction of the law, or subpar legal fiction of the law. We do agree that in the standing order of Liberia, every government official must, right, submit that. But do you know that it is at the will and pleasure of the president still?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So if the declaration of is at the will and pleasure of the president, should the president declare? And this is the fundamental question that lawyers in Liberia and constitutionalists in Liberia are arguing. Because the president is subject to the Constitution. He's not above the Constitution.
Yes.
And so if such writing is within the Constitution, it can only be interpreted by one people, the justices, and it will be clear to the law. And this is one of the aspects that Dr. Monipa has spoken of consistently, that we need to put anti-corruption measure within our Constitution so that there can be no wiggle way for nobody to lie or escape or politicize. And right now, Dr. Moniba, I can tell, I'm happy to report to Liberian people, is in Lofa County informing the Lofians about his ideas of governance. He has visited Kolba City, Kolahun, Salavahun, and Babahun within the span of 24 hours. And he's carried these messages and a host of many other brilliant messages to Liberian people that your country is a sovereign nation and it needs to act as such. That the president is beholden to the Constitution, not the other way around.
Absolutely. So let me ask you, you talked about an anti-constitution measure should be put in the Constitution.
Anti-corruption measure. Anti-corruption measure.
Sorry. Yes, sorry. Anti-corruption measure. So what Dr. Monuba, what does he think that measure will consist of?
First and foremost, the declaration of asset by all government officials. That's the clear thing. That's anti-corruption 101.
Yeah, we all agree on that one. Yes.
Simple. And there are prescriptions within the law that if such declarations are not met, there will be consequences. Anti-corruption 2.1. It's just that simple as it is. Nobody can argue against the Constitution. Nobody can politicize the Constitution. The Constitution is the Constitution. And we all have to respect the Constitution. So if we look at such, then we can put that together in there. And nobody will escape it. And Dr. Moniba has made sure that he will lobby the Senate. He will lobby the House of Representatives to bring them to a persuasive understanding that in order to have a new Liberia, the constitutionality must speak to anti-corruption of the country. Because we understand that now corruption practices are gang practices in Liberia. You have to be a gang member to be a part of the corrupt group. Kuku jumuku, you're not inside, you not know. Why you try to go where to go and eat? The Constitution destroys that.
So, so I'm struggling to understand why is it that the legislature did not hold the president feet to the fire in terms of making sure that that declaration happens. And I'm asking this question because I want our Liberian people to know that they themselves or have the power to do something about this asset declaration about and subsequently corruption in our country.
Madam Richardson,
Mm-hmm.
I am a practitioner of international law,
Mm-hmm.
not a practitioner of domestic law in Liberia. So
Yeah,
I'm not trying to do away with such question,
sure.
but
No,
I
I
want to be
understand.
fair to I want to be fair to the structure of the separation of power.
Sure.
I want Liberian people to understand the individuals Dr. Clarence Moniba and Madam Grace Brown has behind him, the people
Mm-hmm.
they have behind him, and what they think. I will do my best to leave that up to the lawyers in Liberia that deal with the constitutional issue in Liberia directly,
Mm-hmm.
and the technicality of the law as it pertains to the separation of power. But as it pertains to the political agenda of the legislators, I will say this. We know fully well the legislators, they do well when it comes to tribalistic politics.
Mm-hmm.
And tribalistic politics does not have an anti-corruption safety net.
Explain.
As a matter of, uh, when I say anti-corruption does not have a tribalistic safety net in the sense that it is far easier to build clientelistic perception when you are operating from the perspective of tribalistic politics, as it pertains to building a patriotic perspective or perception.
So you would prefer your kingsman, for lack of a better word, over the Constitution or what the Constitution is saying. So you
Because of political survivability, not constitutional
okay,
survivability.
or
Good,
tribalistic survivability.
exactly. Good presidents survive on the Constitution and make smart domestic politics. Now, the Liberian people are the determining factor of domestic politics in Liberia. Hence, 65% of the youth right now in the country, no, 63% of the youth right now in the country have gravitated towards Dr. Clarence Moniba because they are the deciding factor in this upcoming election.
So I'm going to
Now,
also, just like I hold, other panelists, where did you get your number from?
now, look at
You
the
often say that youth are supporting Dr. Moniba. So sometimes I'm really interested in how did you come to that conclusion?
number one. Okay, you will ask me in Liberia, you should do a poll, right? You should come up with a poll that will show that. One, we are still building our poll sensibility. You and I just recently argued and debunked the poll that came out of that. But walk the streets of Monrovia. In Liberia, one of the most popular way information is traded because it's information marketplace in Liberia. And it is the biggest marketplace in Liberia, from the Zogos all the way to the Yana boys. Ask them. They have moved that perception from the individual in office to an individual who looks like them, who wants to serve them, and who wants to meet them where they are. And Dr. Moniba has been doing that for 2 years. Now, Dr. Moniba is young, he's educated, not only educated from an intellectual perspective, which is something that most people think that he speaks about. Dr. Moniba is educated from street perspective. He understands the street of Liberia. He understands the streets of Liberia. He understands the mud house and the mud tashes of Liberia. He understands the attire shops. He understands what the hope and aspiration of these people are. Right now, there are so many young Liberians who do not have the opportunity for employment. I'll ask you
So
this: is the president speaking to that? No. Because if he speaks to that, it shows his faults. So he's doing away from that. Dr. Moniba is speaking to that in an honest fashion.
mhm,
Yes,
absolutely.
please go ahead.
Yes. So I want to welcome Mr. Jerry to the show. I also want to welcome Daniel Sano to the show. We were just having a conversation about the failures of George Weah. One of the things that stuck in my head that Mr. Maxwell mentioned was the duality of Mr. Weah. He's told us that Mr. Weah, the football player, is different from Mr. Weah, the president, and he quite has not. I think it's impossible for him to become congruent in terms of those two aspects of him. And I also want to welcome Stanton to the show as well. Um, so, do you guys have anything to add to our conversation? Since all of you came just at the same time.
Well, I've not been following, except you want to bring us up to speed with where you were so we can be able to contribute.
Well, so we were just at the place where Mr. Maxwell was just saying that George Weah had many, many failures. For example, he doesn't have any vision, like anti-corruption vision, like education, or security, food security in the country. He's never really talked about that. He usually, when he speaks, and that's what observation from Mr. Maxwell, you can first speak in your own words too, that when he speaks, he still speaks about almost like he's in his football days or he's in his UNICEF days, basically. So that's what we're talking about. I mean, there's so much more other things that I said. And Max, do you want to do a summary?
Key point of that. Senator, just quickly. Key point of that. I just said two things. Number one, the
Mhm.
president, the current president, who has failed in his pro agenda with Samuel Twe, has been unable to reconcile the duality in his nature. George Weah, the president, George Weah, the footballer. The second part of that is that, as I said clearly, that the president hasn't figured out how to agendarize the issue of corruption. He seemed to have just let it out in a way that it is now occur in his speeches. When you hear the president speak, he doesn't speak of himself as the president. He speaks of himself as the footballer, the man who came from Gibraltar. When Gibraltar was 40 years ago, the football player was nearly 20 years ago, going on now. What we are looking at now is the president who just been president for 6 years and now has to defend his legacy of 6 years. So instead of defending his legacy of 6 years, which he knows fully well will open a can of worms for Liberian people to open up, oh, no, something's wrong. He now moves directly into, oh, y'all remember me? I the one did this to you guys. I did it for you guys. I was here to make this happen, that. But to say, listen, guys, we know corruption is too high in the country. Because people ask him immediately, so what's about the Magnitsky Act? So he doesn't want to deal with that. He stays away from that. Oh, gentlemen, what issue of education is about? Mr. President, haven't built no school in the country yet. LU is going down instead of going up. So he's not dealing with that.
Yeah.
So these are the critical issues that the opposition, and I have said directly, Dr. Clarence Moniba is consistently speaking of on the campaign trail, so Liberian people understand that. Okay, I turn the show over to you.
Okay, Stinta, take over now. A lot of the people who like you, they're asking for you. They've been asking for you. Where's Stinta, as if to say I'm chopped liver in terms, or Maxwell are chopped liver in terms of, conducting the show. But that's okay.
You know, Daniel Sano, let me say hi to you and to you alone. The issue here is that at the end of the day, Daniel Sano, seriously, you gave Tewon Gonglo, Mr. Cummins, and Clarence Moluba 1 hour 47 minutes to make their case, and the people still calling us from all over to come on the show.
Is
1
that
hour
correct?
47 minutes.
Is that right?
1 hour. Imagine. But you say you want me to talk now. Let me talk. I'm talking about my friend Daniel.
Well, just
Daniel
find
Sano,
out about more
He's a
topic.
Jimmy Jessica, actually.
you you gave them 1 hour, 47 minutes. You know, in politics, 1 hour, 47 minutes is like a century. I mean, but we hearing the same thing over and over.
No, well, we had an excellent discussion. Actually, it was a good discussion. I really enjoyed it.
It was a good discussion because it was on that level. But did our mama, old man enjoy it? No.
Yeah,
Did
but
the
no,
Papa enjoy it? No. You had a good discussion on the elite level, on the man that is in Europe and the woman that is in America level. You didn't have a discussion on the Liberian people level.
And now you not come on now.
Yeah, man, Daniel Sano, man, I feel it somehow, man.
No, I figured that
Let me yield
I
my
figured
time to
I don't
you,
want to.
POS.
I figured that I don't want to talk about the pepper and salt until you come.
Yeah, let me yield my time to you, Daniel. Speak,
Really?
please,
Daniel,
because
It
over
is
here will
good.
be something.
It is
I haven't
it is
spoken,
good that
though.
even in the presence of our friends who come from Lanu, that are registered for the ANC, people were still asking about our whereabouts when we're coming to the show, because I also called Miampe. She said that a lot of people called in and saying, oh, but nobody on the show. But indeed, there were
Daniel
people
said
here.
nobody on the show. You got that? Nobody on the show.
But
wow.
the point I want to
Wow.
make to the contribution is
Is
that
that what you came on for?
I have consistently tried to stick to this point that in any serious democracy, when an incumbent is going for re-election, that incumbent is expected to campaign on his or her accomplishments.
Correct.
I know people who follow geopolitical issues will agree with me, but I would just want to tie this to Liberia because we talked about Liberia here. In 2011, when President Salih was seeking re-election, she was pointing to projects that she has undertaken for the first 6 years of her administration and saying to the Liberian people, give me another 6 years. Let me complete what I have started. The question that many Liberians are now asking George Weah, what did you do with the first 6 years that you are now asking for another 6 years? What are some of the biggest things we saw happening on George Weah? He didn't build new polytechnic for the country. No.
But you're saying
He
the
didn't
same
build
thing I
new
meant
community.
to you.
He didn't build new community colleges for the country. No. What George Weah has done is to improve his material prosperity. He's now living his stardom that he missed during the football days. And so when we talk about the election, I can't be surprised why George Weah keep attacking Joseph Boyka. Why is he not attacking Dada Monoba? Why is he not attacking Tiabon Gonglo? Why is he not attacking Cummings? That's because JMB is a forerunner of this election. And on that score, I would like to reiterate my regular call that as we draw closer to the election, I think we've got 15 weeks to go. It is really good that we begin to see it from a realistic standpoint. That JMB is a forerunner. Let us rally around him. The only way we can end this nightmare that is hovering over our country, for all of us to once again breathe that air of sanctity as a country and as a people, is to support Joseph Yuma Boyka. That's a way forward for me. I know we are going on a campaign trail. He's not going to campaign on his legacy. He's not going to campaign on his accomplishment. He says to the people publicly, look at the president was saying to the people in district number 5, that, Joseph Boyka is not a sincere man. He lied to me. He told me, he will tell the country what to the young people. But you are a young man, relatively. What have you done with the country? What have you done with the country? So you want the experienced and productive, patriotic Liberians to sit supine with their hands folded and watch you ruin this country apart? And Weah is brave to say that. Oh, Joseph Baga lied to me. He said, when I'm running. Now, assuming what I am admitting that Joseph Baga and Job, we have ever had a conversation. You know, yeah. Assuming what I am admitting that they ever had a conversation. How wrong had Joseph Baga done? When Liberians are calling for
But
you
let me
to
ask you a
step
question.
aside.
Now, forgive me to interrupt you, Daniel. Let me ask you a question. Why this president love holy oil? Why everywhere he go, they will put oil on his head? No.
The president
Everywhere you find him, they will put oil on his head.
The president is somebody who has a mindset, that speaks to the way he carries himself. Now, this is in a remedy chapel, and I'm told that I know Reverend, I don't know Reverend Philemon Tappe personally, but I know he's a no nonsense person. I know since 2018, George Weah visited the church and he was openly rebuked by Reverend Tappe. He had never gone there. So on Sunday before last, the church announced that they were carrying on an anointing service for the members. So the district number 9 lawmaker, Frank Safoko, called George Weah and said, oh, come to our church. They're having anointing service there. George Weah goes there. In the scene where you see we were anointed, all members of the church were anointed. But there's a picture I was saying you sent on. You see the first lady in our church holding her nose, like something offensive is smelling around her. I was sent to that picture.
In the church?
In the church. In the church.
Wow. Oh,
the same
okay.
outfit.
Yes.
The same outfit. Yes, that's the picture. That's the picture.
Yeah.
So you see, and these still images have the way of telling the people the way politicians perceive them. You could tell that the first lady is very uncomfortable in the church for some reason best known to herself. She's very uncomfortable to the extent that she's holding her nose like something offensive is smelling. And the president is very unconcerned. All he's focusing on is that anointing from the altar. Like what he wants, you see, his eye is focused on the altar, right? So the man is chasing miracle. Now, there are people who say that when George Weah was playing football,
Let's get against him, man. Guess it shaking his head. Guess you want to say something.
Daniel said the man chasing miracles.
But folks, let me say this before we get to our brother Gibson. You seem tired, my man. Are you okay?
Maybe
Gibson looks demoralized. The campaign drawing closer. Gibson looks demoralized.
This is what happened with Gibson, though. The people went to San Quentin today. They like it down, and Gibson is confused. He said, I thought I was the one Gonglo stronghold. But I want to announce, let me announce to everyone. Yesterday, we showed a picture of your former friend or your friend Prince, the EPS officer that got shot. Today, I will be calling his wife for her to speak to the nation and address this issue. We will be talking a little bit about Trocon Roberts. He said he stayed in Liberia, God bless his soul. But again, he had a press conference. He's on the front page newspaper. But first of all, sorry if I'm interrupting your time, but I would prefer us speaking to his wife for her to speak to the nation. Her phone is very busy. She has been met with some challenges. So let's see if she will pick up right now. All right. While we do that, Gibson, let me give you time to speak, my brother. You have not said anything yet.
Actually, how you doing, Dr. Richardson? Let me recognize you first among these guys. And Daniel Sano is going to be the last for this extension. And Prince, thank you for being here again. But look, first of all, let's look at George Weah's religious life when he was in Gibraltar, and i.e., he was seen as a Christian. He moved to Monaco and he became a Muslim and took on the name.
I beg you, Gibson, while we have the time, let's talk to the late EPS officer, Weah. Folks, I know this will take you by surprise, but we have, by way of the phone, the the story that we ran yesterday, and we'd like to bring in the wife of the late EPS officer. She have a lot to say, but we'll keep her briefly, and I hope you consider. All right. Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, can you turn down your volume on your radio or on your device, please? Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. What's your name?
I'm Ruth S. Erdy, the wife of the late EPS officer that was killed in Tapeta.
Madam Ruth, again, maybe that's a sign. If you can please turn down a little bit, please, we're backing you. The device that is playing, because we want to hear you talk, speak directly into the phone. Again, do not tell us where you are right now, your location, but welcome to Spoon Talk. Welcome to Spoon Talk. It's good having you. For the very first time you're on the show, we're here with Dr. Richardson, Gibson Jeru, and Prince Maxwell, Daniel Sano, and the rest of the team will be joining us. How are you doing today?
Well, I'm okay because there is life. There is life, so there is hope. I'm okay.
Has the
things are not well.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Of course, things is not well with my children and I since I lost my husband. Things is not well with us. Yeah. For the past time since I lost my husband, my children and I in school, and I've been from country to country in Haiti. So that's why.
Why are you in Haiti? Why? Why are you hiding?
The reason I'm hiding because I feel that my life is not safe. Because when I was in Liberia, my husband was murdered. And then before my husband was murdered, he placed a call to me. And then because of this call and the recording, things are not being okay with us. They have been trading us from place to place. So for me, in life, we don't quit when quit don't win. So I will keep fighting this. My children and I seek justice for my husband. Because my husband served Liberia for 15 good years. 15 executive years. And myself worked in Liberia as a heavy duty operator. So the way my husband and I will pay back, I will not leave, I will keep talking, I will keep speaking on it, till God give me justice for my children and I.
Oh, let me bring in the other folks, but I will ask one last question. Again, can you call your full name and the full name of your husband, please?
Yes, my husband's name is Melvin Bush Erdy. I'm Ruth S. Erdy. I got married to my husband 2020, October 5th. I got married to my husband 2020.
A lot of people follow this story. I'm going to give the guys in studio to ask some question. I hope you can consider the question. I'm going to play the famous clip and show the other pictures. Folks, viewer description is advised. We ask you, it's at your own pace if you want to see those videos or if you want to see those pictures. Again, we have the wife of Mr. Early. He was the former EPS officer. We have video of the wedding. We're going to be playing it likewise. She's talking about children. She's talking about their safety. And then we're going to answer this question. We want to be very modest tonight because our sister here reached out to us, the Spoon family, and it is our right to entertain and bring her on the show. Dr. Richardson, again, our sympathy to this lady and her family. Talk to us, Dr. Richardson.
Mrs. Early, I'm very sorry to hear your story. I hear the pain in your voice, and I wish better days for you. And the question that I have, I don't want it to seem like I'm questioning you or your judgment, but I think I want to hear it from your mouth. Uh, and my question is, what makes you think that your husband was murdered? Because you said that he was murdered. So I just want Liberian people to hear it, what your thoughts are regarding the murder.
Yes. What made me think that my husband was murdered? My married to be 2021 and 2020. Sorry. Hello?
Yes, we listen to you. Go ahead, man.
And then my husband was not sick. My husband was not ill. My husband was healthy, going. February 19, my husband decided to go on the country tour with the president of George Weah, the president of the Republic of Liberia. My husband went on the country tour. My husband and I talked on the 18th because he was killed on the 19th. On the 14th, my husband and I talked. My husband bought me a Valentine gift. On the 18th, my husband and I talked. On the 19th, bright and early morning, he called me. Oh, Ruth, because he normally called me to check on the house. How the children, how everybody doing. I said, we are okay. But early morning, by 5 o'clock, he called me. Hello, Ruth, I'm under attack. I'm under attack. This is a serious thing. I'm under attack because normally he and I used to joke. I'm under attack. I said, but what is attack? Because after my wedding, I started to feel pain in my chest. So I said, what kind of attack? He said, I'm under attack. They are getting ready to kill me. I said, but why you establishing that they are getting ready to kill you? Where is Charles Bede? Charles Bede, he free. I said, where is Charles Bede? He said, Charles Bede, yeah. I said, well, Melvin, what are you saying to me? You're confusing me. That's how I off the call, and I decided to call him back. He said, my honor attack with a government. Myself, I know the process that I'm in is government. My children and our life right now is at risk. But I'm calling upon the UN. I'm calling upon the human rights. I'm calling upon the international community who is there to save people's life. I need them to save my children and myself life because our life on serious risk. I don't want to be killed end of the day. Then it be as a public figure, everybody discuss about it. I need the human rights, the UN, and the international community to come to my aid. I went to the foreign country. I was wanted there. They were wanted to harm me. I left. I went to the other country. You see, and now I'm in another country. And I cannot be traveling with my children from country to country while they are not in school. They are not sitting. After all those years, my husband put his life online to save Liberia. It is how they pay us. It is how they pay us. For me, I'm now a politician. I'm a heavy-duty operator. But what the government of Liberia did to my children and I, they treat us like a trash. After they killed my husband, they think my husband was a chicken. After they feeding killed him, they want to go after the children and myself. And I'm saying this for you that are out there helping us to advocate to talk for us. Let the international community. I went to the embassy in Liberia and I speak. I show all the photos of my husband. My husband was a well-trained officer who was trained by the American government. And my husband served Eddie Johnson said the government. My husband served Eddie Johnson said the government for 12 years. And my husband served George Weah government for 2 years. They murdered my husband in cold blood. They murdered my husband. For me, Fina Bono is a kissy woman. She know that when anything we need with a battle for it, we'll get the result. I'm a kissy woman. If this will be the cause for them to kill my children and myself, I'm in the battle. I'm in the battle, but I'm asking the international community, the UN, the human rights, people that dare to stand for justice for people. I'm calling upon them because right now the government we find ourselves in, it's a terrible government. Even now as I'm speaking to you, I've worried all my body shivering, but God is there. Yeah, God is there. So my husband was killed. And then when Fina Bono gave me a call that she said I should say my husband commit suicide, they will give me the amount of $10,000. Amount of $10,000, 10,000 money is big, but it's not big to carry you for any time. Yeah, I don't need it. My husband showed me love. 8 years we spent together. That in 9 years we got married. What would 10,000 do for me? And I said no. And I said no. Choco Robert, he will reach out to me. Choco Robert reached out to me after my husband was killed. And they said that they were not wanted to bury my husband because I'm still acting stubborn. And as the high Yeke Cordoba came to my rescue, Yeke Cordoba said, if the government saying that they don't want to bury your husband, Yeke Cordoba will bury your husband for you. And I said, my husband was a state security. How will you come to say you will bury my husband? We went to Chicago funeral home. When I went to Chicago funeral home, and I did saw my husband laying down in his funeral home, I saw where they bullet my husband. I saw where they bullet my husband. My husband did not commit suicide. My husband was murdered by the government of George Weah. I'm calling upon the UN. I'm calling upon the international community. I'm calling upon the human rights. I got my children. For me, I'm on a battle. But my children, they got future to live. Let them come to our need. Let them come to our aid. It's too much for me. After 2 years, it's too much for me. Yes, but my husband was killed. Liberian. That's saying today my husband see Fina Bono and Josh Weah. No. They killed my husband for no reason. They killed my husband for no reason. My husband Eddie Johnson said the government. My husband Eddie Johnson said the government. For the past 2 years. He sees some things where he didn't take photos. But I only George Weah government, he will go and take photos. For those that have been speaking, say, oh, the men take photo, that's why this, that. No. They killed my husband because my husband stayed in the service for so long. He stayed in the service for so long and he knew a lot of things. So that's why they decided to murder him in cold blood. My husband told me that you cannot fight the government. And I know that you can't fight a government. But I am saying to the international community, the human rights, the UN, the advocate, let them come to our aid. Because I will not get tired talking. My husband was murdered. My husband was leaving to go on the country tour. He was not sick. My husband was healthy. I cook a potato green rice last day. My husband ate. We have fun. And he told me that, Mama, I'm going on the country tour. I'm going to work. Today, I can't see my husband. I can't see my husband today. The people that kill him, up and down having peace. They mean the wife and the children passing through this. Let the UN come to my knee. Let the human rights pay attention to me. Before we leave passing from the country to country, we know the government right now in power. The government right now in power, they are desperate. They very, very desperate. Even last night, when you're finished with the talk show, I know where the information I got. A lot of people telling me do not go on talk show. Don't do this, don't do that. And I will go on talk show. Finabono know that the Gisi people, when we stand for day, we stand for day. I will go on talk show. I will speak for justice for my husband. And I will speak. If the human right, the UN people will stay out there, Judge Mane, we are government, silent my children and myself, then it be as a history. Let the history go in the book. But I'm waiting to speak for my husband. Young I am. Young I am. Young I am. My husband was killed.
So, Madam Ruth, sorry to interrupt you. Let me ask you. You said he was killed. Then one may ask you why. Who?
What?
Who killed him? Why was he killed? What information can you give Liberians tonight? Why was he killed?
My husband.
Are you with us guessing?
Yeah.
All right.
I was not on the country tour.
Yeah.
I was not on the country tour. I'm now an EPS officer to be on the country tour. I didn't go with the president. But my husband placed a call to me. And he said that they are getting ready to kill me. He said, Baba, I think it happened in our service. Ma, they are getting ready to kill me. And in a 2 hour, I call my husband back. I can't get him up to pressing. And then Bono, my Gisi sister, and her other sister, her Fina Akuma, she called me. Hello, Madam Eddie. I said, yeah, hello. Your husband was acting crazy. Your husband shot himself in the head to the town.
Hold on one minute. Because a lot of folks listening to you right now, we got to get this straight. You are talking about Finabondo protocol to George Manneh, we are the president, correct?
Yes, Finabondo, the protocol to George Manneh, we are.
And
I was getting married.
Mm-hmm.
When I was getting married, you know, before you get a lion, there's a lot of strategy you can use. That strategy, my Finabondo then used to kill my husband. The president of Liberia used to kill my husband. Because when I was getting married, Finabondo, they offered me $2,000 US. When I finished with my wedding, I did go back to Finabondo at Jamaica. I carried some decent food. Potato greens, yogurt, and other food stuff. Apple, banana, orange. In a pay, me and my husband went to Jamaica. And when I sat down with Finabondo and myself sat down in the same circle, they were playing Lulu. And then Finabondo said to me, what do you want me to do for you? I said, the only thing I want you to do for me is that I want you to find me a better job. At that time, the bossman for the company that I wanted, he was sick. The guy that died from the heavy duty area there. So he said, she said the man is in the sick bush. When he comes from there, I will be able to find you a better job to do. Now, I mean, all those things they're doing, they're wrapping my husband. My husband was a SAR officer with gun. My husband was a SAR with gun. My husband was a SAR with gun during Madam Eden Johnson said the government. All those people that know my husband was a SAR with gun. But during Eden Johnson said he was a SAR with gun. But during George Manneh, we are government. I even used to vote and say, Melvin, why be you don't have gun with you? He will just roll you back way, leave it. He will just laugh on it that and just leave it. My husband had gone June 7 protests during the COVID-19. I said, Melvin, you're state security. You don't have gun. You get somebody come to attack you. How will it be? They were wanted to get my husband ever since. They were wanted to get rid of my husband ever since. But I'm saying to George Manneh, Weah and Finabondo, I'm on the battlefield. I'm on the battlefield. Only God can save me, as my husband said. It's only God can save me.
So let me ask you a question before we bring in the rest of the guys. Again, we want to say thank you, Madam Ruth Kumar Early. This is the wife of the former EPS officer, the EPS officer who was shot in Nimba County while President Weah was on the county tour. Let me ask you, Fina call you, Fina Bondo call you. What exactly did she say to you when you pick up the phone? I want you to repeat for Liberians to hear you, please.
What Fina Bondo called me, and she said, my kissy sister, your husband was acting stuck on a way, but your husband shot himself in the head. I said, Mama, let the other talk. That I hang up the phone. Before then, the video, if you go on Facebook, my wedding video, you video it. There's a lady there, kissy woman in a white t-shirt, black jeans, and a something tie on her waist. She know me because I used to carry food to the president house there for them. So she called me, oh, your husband just killed himself. I said, just stop the other news. Rather without them, I see me where I was. Even when somebody die in the hospital, or a young person die in the hospital, there's some people will come around to encourage the person, talk to the person, but my own will not let down. They kill my husband like chicken. They kill my husband like chicken. And I'm speaking on it today, and I will always keep talking on it till my last days.
Let me bring in the other guys then again, folks. We are talking to Kumar, Mistress Ruth Early, who husband was shot or killed. The allegation that he got killed, he killed himself, whatever the case may be. This is his wife. We are getting information of the children as well. So let me go back to my brother Gibson, Jerry Maxwell, Prince Maxwell, and Daniel Sando. Gibson,
yes,
you guys can ask as many questions as you want because she make herself available to take our questions. So thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Ellie, how you doing?
Yes, ma'am. She's saying something.
I wanted to say something.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
When I went to Chicago funeral home, I saw my husband's body, Patrick Small, which is the body director. He sent for me to go to the body, to the headquarters. When I went there, it was not very easy. It was not easy. They were even wanted to give me escort to go to Chicago funeral home. I said no. My husband's family said no. My husband's family stand for justice. Even you can kill me, but you will not kill all my husband's family. Because I said, bleeding, they are fighting for justice for my husband. So when we went to Chicago funeral, when they bullet my husband in the head, they bullet my husband in his chest. They were they bullet my husband. And then I asked.
No, hold on 1 minute now. Hold on 1 minute. I know you're explaining this thing. Hold on. You said Finna said, hey, I beg you, Daniel, don't hold your head. I can see your face, Maxwell. This is something that we get to that. You said Finna said he shot himself in his head. How the bullet went into the chest?
Finna said he shot himself in the head 3 times. Even any ordinary person slashing potato green when you cut, you will drop the knife. But they said my husband shot himself in the head 3 times. And why they getting to know that my husband was a well-trained security, the time that my husband placed a call, they don't even know. That's why they are after me, because of the conversation between my husband and I. That's why they are after me and my children today. That's why.
You said you got more information, videos, recordings. But anyway, let Gibson ask this question. Gibson, go ahead, please. This is interesting. I would say we will get to that. Your videos, your information you got that the government don't have, you will be sharing it with the press. But I want to give Gibson the chance, Mr. Maxwell and Mr. Daniel Sando the chance to ask you a question, please. Gibson, go ahead, sir.
First of all, Madam Ellie, my family condolences to you and the other family members. How are you feeling?
Can you hear Gibson?
Are you hearing me?
Gibson, can you be louder, please?
Okay, so Madam Ellie, I'm going to ask you some questions. Some of them have long answers and some of them have short answers. Those that have short answers, I want you to give me the short answers. So I want to start with something like, Somebody just sent me a text from Ganta. Let me just read the text. It says, Mr. Gerald, please ask Ruth whether her husband is not a man with too much anger. Can you answer that question?
Yes.
Is he a
My
person
husband
with too
was
much
not a man
anger?
with anger. My husband was not a man with anger.
Okay.
If
Good.
you go
Thank you
places
for
that we've been living, my husband was a peaceful person who loved to joke and play with everybody.
There's a rumor that your husband had a picture of George Weah and Finabono in a hotel. That's why it was going around. Your husband ever told you anything like that?
My husband, at one person, if he asked his family and our friends then who know him, my husband was a person who even now used to handle a big phone. He always get his small button phone in his hand. And I can send you photo of that. All the photo you always see him with a button phone. So I said no to that.
Thank you very much. So the other question I wanted to ask you is, was he close to George Weah or was he just a heavy-duty driver?
What?
No. My husband was a well-trained officer. For himself, Eddie Johnson said, I the heavy-duty driver. It's not my husband. I the heavy-duty driver. I drive yellow machine. My husband was a state security.
Thank you. Was
Go
he that
ahead,
close
Mr.
to George
Maxwell,
Weah?
Prince. Prince, go ahead. You are
Can you let me
muted.
ask a few line
right.
questions so we can get some clarification?
Yeah, then you gotta make it quick because you know she's on the phone. I want to give everyone a chance. So
I
just
just
throw
wanted
in
to
your
know
question
if
quick,
you was,
please.
I just wanted to know if you were that close to George Weah.
Yes, my husband was close to George Weah because he was a son with George Weah. You see, when the convoy is going, the first car that control the convoy while using the blue and black, my husband always sit at the front seat of that convoy. My husband did not serve as like.
Go ahead, Jason. Just go ahead.
Can you imagine, or maybe he didn't tell you, but can you imagine what would have been the reason for them to kill him? Was he behind George Weah's girlfriend? Was he taking money from George Weah? Did he refuse to do a job that they told him to do? What could be the reason why they should kill him?
I don't know nothing, Papa. The reason they kill him, I don't know. It's only God. For me, I know that they killed my husband for NVC. They said that he was passing information to the past opposition. That he was passing information to the former vice president. And they said he knew that other thing. For me, is what I think the reason they killed my husband. But if I tell you that I know the reason that they murdered my husband, I would be lying to you because I was not on the country tour with them, as I said.
Thank you very much. Let's bring in Mr. Maxwell, Prince.
Yeah, ma'am. My sympathy goes out to you. As I stated to Liberian people on the show yesterday, your husband was a very close friend of mine. I worked with him for 5 good years in the office of the president. I know Melvin like I know my brother. And there are many EPS officers, former and present, that I personally work with, that they know me personally because of the detail of the nature of their security and what they do. I'm not going to call any name on the show. It is upon me to keep my mouth, keep their names out of the public. That's the law. But when it comes to Melvin Ellis, because he's passed, I know your husband very, very well. If your husband was still alive, I never would have mentioned his name. He served Liberia well and everything else. But I have 2 questions for you because I want to ask this question to Liberian people. Was there an autopsy done on your husband's dead body?
Well, I requested for autopsy.
Yeah.
I requested for autopsy when I went to Chokon Rapper, and when I went to Chokon office, the police commander, and I asked that I needed autopsy for my husband. They didn't respond to me. I went to Chicago funeral home and said I wanted autopsy. That's the time Yeke Koruba story came in. They said that I should provide autopsy for myself to do autopsy for my husband. So I asked, my husband was a well-trained officer, and my husband was not laying down who he died. He was not sick, he died. He went on a county tour, and he was killed. I need autopsy I need autopsy. Then you're coming up to me that I should find money to do autopsy for my husband? That's how I say I don't have money to do autopsy, but I need autopsy for my husband. That's how the government dressed behind that they said that they were not going to bury my husband.
Okay. My second question to you is, did you hear or did at any point in time, was there a legislative security committee hearing on your husband's death?
Come again?
Was there a legislative security committee hearing on your husband's death?
I'm so sorry. You have to break it down to be to understand what you're trying to say.
Did the people that work in the representative and senate, did they have any investigation? Was there any committee set up to investigate?
They didn't do any investigation. We even reached out to what the people they say. I've forgotten their name. We reached out to them. And then we reached out to so many representatives, but they didn't turn up. It's for only Yeke Koruba that turned up.
Okay.
Do you have one more before we leave you?
No, just a quick statement for few. Ma'am, I just want to say again, sorry to Liberian people that I just want to know, as I said yesterday, I'm speaking on a personal notice. The only time I've invoked this on this show, I'm speaking on a personal note when it comes to Melvin Ellis, because Melvin and myself worked together for 5 years. I knew him to be a professional diplomatic officer. Melvin carried his gun, I shouldn't say gun, his weapon with responsibility. He was trained how to use his gun, where to use his gun, and when to use his gun. Melvin served and made sure the life of a president was saved by Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. He made sure his duty was accomplished. I'm very sure that when he worked for the past 2 years under George Weah government, he made sure the safety of the president was his primary concern. It is sad to see that he ended up dying and something bad happened to his family. I hope and pray that you and your family will remain committed to your cause. I will hope and pray that people that are listening to this will start a fund on behalf of Melvin so that his family can be taken care of in his absence while they go through this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Sando. Daniel Osando, please, your question.
Thank you, Stanton. Let me first of all say, in a Liberian way, sorry to the wife of the late Melvin Ellie for the untimely passing of her husband. I would firstly like to open up with a comment. The manner and form or the circumstances under which Melvin died are very suspicious. And if the Weah government was a responsible government, they should have done everything humanly possible. They should have done everything humanly possible to give the family the benefit of the doubt. But then again,
Hello?
Yeah, Daniel, about to ask you a question, Miss Ruth. 1 minute.
The facts and circumstances. Guess what? I will ask you the question.
Daniel, hold on 1 minute. Daniel, I beg you, let's interrupt you 1 minute. It's important. Go ahead, Miss Ruth.
Yeah, something just came out to be. We even reached to the Justice Minister. Over my husband's family, reached up to them, the early family. Reached up to them over and over. We didn't find no result from other than.
Okay. But that's what I said, that the Weah government is not a responsible government. because the circumstances under which this serviceman passed or was killed was very suspicious. You know, the human head is so delicate that anything that hits your head like a bullet, just one bullet can knock you down. You don't have to be a forensic pathologist. You don't have to be a physician to doubt the explanation from the government to say the man shot himself 3 times in the head. One bullet in your head, you are down. So why did he get an extra strength phone to pull the trigger the second and the third time? And then now his wife is telling Liberia that when she went to see her husband's body in the mortuary, there were bullet wounds in his chest. So this further proves the perception or the speculation that this man was murdered. He was murdered, and I want to believe that he was murdered. Like many Liberians, I want to believe Melvin was murdered. I grew up on the old road, and I mean, I used to see Melvin on the old road. I know Melvin from the old road, though we're not close. He was one of those officers that were recruited by the Selig administration during the security structure reform. Okay, so there's somebody who the state invested a lot of resources in training, recruiting, and professionalizing the EPS. So why would somebody want to kill a serviceman because you say you believe he's leaking out information and this and that? No, I don't have much. The other question I want to ask you is, how are you carrying on with life?
Since
I want you to tell the Liberian people. I want you to tell the Liberian people whether you feel threatened, whether there are people coming after you, because we know that the Weah government has been, Liberia has witnessed many serious deaths under the Weah government. So if you feel threatened by anybody, if you think anybody is coming after you, we want you to state it on the radio so that Liberian people can know that they are after the wife of the late EPS officer Melvin Early.
Yes. On the day of my husband's funeral, that's where they started the EPS officer. I had my girlfriend who went to sympathize with me. They went to sit somewhere. So EPS officer, they went from place to place. I see my friends there where I was, where I am. They would give them money to show my location. Yes. But the house I was in, I can't expose the house I was in. Yeah. So, and since my husband died, my husband was a single child to his mom. My husband was born when he was 4 years old when his mother passed. And then he only lay out on his father one time when he went to America. And after 2-3 years, they brought his body down. So I don't have nobody right now helping my children and myself. It's only one person in this life since my husband was killed that stood by me, that is helping me. So this he don't have it, or she don't have it. But it's only, but I don't have no help. My children out of school, they are not in school. We lock her in the house from in the morning to the next day, to the next day. Then sometimes my 5 years old son, now say you even asking Melvin how your father was killed. You call him right now when he's sitting by me. You ask him now. The Liberians will hear my son will explain how his father was killed. Because that morning my son was getting ready. The next was taking care of my son to go to school. When his father called, when I put the phone on speaker, my son now can explain to you how his father was killed. My baby son was 5 years old. So since that time, things are not being easy with us. My children are not in school. Up to person.
So, Brother Ruth, I spoke to your son, your baby. It's hard. We can bring him on to speak because it's traumatizing.
He said he wanted to speak. He said he wanted to talk.
Amen.
He said he
Dr.
wanted to
Richardson,
talk.
Dr. Richardson.
How old is he?
He said he wanted to talk.
Hi. Hello.
How you doing? How you doing? What's your name?
Fine.
Yeah, what's your name?
My name is Melvin Bush Early.
You JR?
Yes.
Okay. How you doing, Melvin Jr.?
I'm fine.
Hi, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Get your mom in the phone, yeah?
I'm listening. Hello?
Yeah, we I know what you do. Put Junior on because this is hard. This is hard.
Yes, I would really like him to talk. I would really like for him to talk.
Tato, let me ask a little person question.
Yeah, Dad, go ahead. Take it away, Gibson. Let you can talk to him.
Melvin
it's
Jr.
hard, bro.
Melvin Jr., are you hearing me?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit of what you like about your father.
I love my father because he is so good to me and he needs to joke on me.
So what was the last
That's
time?
all.
Do you remember the last thing he did to you? Like he smiled with you or he played with you? Do you remember the last thing he did?
Let's talk.
Okay, let me ask you another question, boy.
Okay.
Your father is not here right now. How do you feel?
I feel bad.
Hmm. You think he should have been here?
The time my father was killed against me.
Do you dream about him?
Yeah, against me.
So what is his, his favorite color? Yeah, go ahead, explain the dream. Explain the dream.
The nurse was getting ready to carry me to school. And my father causing his own attack. The police ready to kill me. And my mom said, "What are you talking?" Then my dad said, "It's not joking. I'm talking the truth." And after my mom after the call and she got back the phone couldn't answer. And Sinabono called and said your husband committing suicide. He shouldn't say two stars in his head.
You think it's true?
Yes.
You think it's true your father killed himself?
So, Gibson,
No.
JR, let's talk to your Maya. You did well to explain. Let's talk to your mom because it's hard for a lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of people watching, they listen to you and your mom. But it's hard. So let's talk to your mom. Sis Ruth.
Yeah.
I know it's hard that you put your son on. Something we usually don't do, but because
Baby, living a world of your own. Baby, live my wine a world of your own. You live my wine a world of your own, baby. Yeah, baby. And I is it for me, oh. Baby, you need to stand for me, oh. I suffer with the children too much, baby. I miss you. I miss you, Papa. I miss you. God. God said no justice for the poor. No justice for the poor. God, no justice for the poor. God. It's too much for me. 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 Maybe your children. Everything. Maybe ask me what daddy. Yeah, daddy. Oh God. Baby, you promised me after my wedding, you're going to do this for me. And the way you pay me back, and the years I spent with you, and the way you pay me back, and the way you pay me back, they are cheering the world now,
we want you to just pause up a minute. I will call you back, okay? I will call you back. Let everybody. It's hard for everybody. Sister Ruth. Beg you, sir.
Before you
Is
cut
that
me
small
off,
here?
I'm not cutting you off. That's okay. You can stay on. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
Miss Ruth,
Go ahead.
do you have an adult near you? Or are you just with the kids?
She and her children, yes. She and her children. Do you have anybody in America that we can call right now?
yes.
You want to send a number to me?
I was sending number to you, the door.
Okay.
In the house, which are in the house from place to play with my children just suffering. Who will be the house that came here, my children? In the national community will be the house that came here, my children. The UN will be the house that came here, my children. Human rights will be the house that came here, my children. They are set on the soldier, we not to talk for her. We're crying for you. You speak from every area of the children, man. We're not living prison life. We're in jail. We're in jail, my children are in school. Human rights. That they got a cases here. Human rights. According upon your UN, you're fight for all, man. You're save our life. We shouldn't actually set it there. They kill my children, my son, and you said that unfair. You said they get to talk. You speak for us, man. You take off for NAP. You tell my children, myself for NAP. They pay too much for me. They're too much for me, man. La Pires. And I say on me, and I say on me. Let the word speak for me. Let the word speak for me, man. Let the word speak for me.
Sister Ruth will call you back. We'll call you back. Take a break, please. Take a break, please. Okay? We'll call you back. All right. Thank you. Wow. I didn't know it was going to be like this, folks. I didn't know it was going to be like this.
Sometimes it's fine. It's fine. That's what journalists do. That's what journalists do.
This one is hard. It's hard, man.
You know, when you go to the journalism training, they tell you you don't have mother, you don't have father, you don't have sister, you don't have brother, you don't have wife, because there are sometimes that there will be really tough issues to deal with, such as this, and you have to be a journalist. What you did today to bring her on, it is a very great storytelling. It's just unfortunate that she couldn't go further, but there were so many rumors that people had around, and we needed to clear these rumors today. And her personal statement that nobody has heard, and you brought it on, and people were able to listen to her. Her son was able to say how he loves his father, what he heard about his father. It's a great storytelling. And those who do not know about this may not compliment you, but I will hold this as the best moment of Spoon TV, Spoon Talk. And as a journalist trained to do this, I know this is the best thing you've done. I can tell you for sure.
We want to say to all of our followers, welcome Al Hussein. We will be raising some funds for her where it allows. She also asked him to come back with a video. To her, I don't think it's necessary. I do not want to expose her location. Miss Ruth Erda been calling us for almost a year now. And every day, I always ask her, say, just give us time. We'll bring you on. But folks, you heard what she said. She got more to say. She got more videos. She got more photos. She got more to say. What I have seen and what she has shared with me, Dr. Richardson, we must play it for Laboratory, yeah. And thank God today we are on 5 network in Buffalo, Nima County, Bon County, McGibby, and Lofa. We are on the radio and people are listening to her. Especially Nimadians are listening to her. Today we are on the radio and the Prime radio and folks are listening. What she has shared with me, Maxwell, is troubling for our nation. It's crazy. The picture of the picture, I cannot share it because it's so graphic. The picture of the bullet hole. How can you have a bullet hole in your head and in your chest? Hussein. And you say, I shot myself in the head and I shot myself in the chest at the same time. I have never seen it. It's so graphic. But again, folks, this is hard. Talk to me, Hussein. Thanks for joining us.
I almost didn't come on, but when I heard the lady crying, I just look, losing someone, I know what I went through. Losing someone is permanent, and just the thought that you will not see the person again, that is the one that gets to me when it comes to death. Prince Johnson, Senator Prince Johnson was on air. He says something about that killing. It has been almost an open secret now in Liberia. Another person that made another revelation was Dr. Lester Tenney. Lester Tenney says something that may seem political, but he indicted someone that is already indicted. He says since this guy left from the scene, the killing seemed to have subsided a little. It may be just a coincidence, but it may be somebody that was called Porcupine. That was his name, and we know what Porcupine can do. There was an individual with a code name called Porcupine. And when that Porcupine was still in government, so many people died mysteriously. When that Porcupine left from government, the killing seems to have subsided a little. It may be coincidence. I don't have no proof. But I think Lester Tenney made some damning allegation that we need to look into. President Weah have murdered more people under his watch than even Madam Salif that perished in the Salif administration or any other government that we are known in recent time. And the way they have done it is so sporadic, and people seems to be hopeless. When I listen to this teacher saying that there is no justice for the poor, there is no justice for the poor. I just pray that this nightmare will be over in 2 months, and that we will be able to hold some of these people accountable for what they have done to Liberia. Because look at, I spoke with the late Marvin and his wife. I mean, this is just the tip of the iceberg. So many people. Look at the other lady that died up. How they call one of those audit. No excuse, just silly death.
But this is so unique, Hussein. It's so unique because it's an officer that was with the president on details.
Can I ask you one question? The picture. How did she got a hold of that picture?
Which picture?
The pictures of the bullet hole in the head and the chest.
She had access. She was the wife. She went to the funeral home. She saw the body, and I cannot say it all.
But she took pictures.
I cannot go into it, Hussein. But
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And just for the record, I just want Liberians who are watching to know that we did attempt to stop the son from coming on the show, but she insisted the phone because a lot of people are saying, "Oh, we just put the son on the phone." That's not true. We do respect and know the implications that it has for the child. The question that I have, and I don't know if you guys have the answer, was she in the habit of recording her husband when they spoke? Because she has recording of him.
So yeah, what happened in Liberia?
Hold on 1 minute. I beg you guys. I beg. We'll come to you, Daniel Sando. I just want to make sure we're clear from Dr. Richardson. You were talking about this recording.
Yeah. How happy with me? Call. I cheated them. Who did call?
What did you say?
Call.
So you think my chest are hurting?
What happened to me yet? No. What tell you what happened to you? I should tell you.
You'll be free. Things will be okay by the grace of God.
I'm going.
Never can I think confusing my whole life the money.
No.
How you say they
waste my time?
How you say they getting ready to kill you? Never can I think you talking the money so now. What are you talking?
Folks, you are asking me for her information, and I understand and respect your concern, but I cannot share her information with you. Again, when we have her again, she will give you an information that you can reach. But it's very important for me to protect her right now by means of the way in which she get to us. I cannot share it with you. I know you are good people. We are all ready to help, but we'll find means to help her accordingly. She running from one country to another, that I can tell you. And after the show last night, some folks went to their old residence, 1 a.m. our time here, where you had the late night politics on Gibson. They received information that some folks went to the old resident. We are still waiting for the videos and pictures to that effect. Some liberal security folks went to that resident, Melvin old resident. Imagine, after they heard our program last night, someone sent them. I will be calling this person who said Melvin is my son. I adopted him during the war in 1994. I sent him to school, and I even asked Madame Salif to put him in EPS. There were bullet holes on his side and legs. His naked body was so. I will call this person, and they will also contribute. Let's go to Daniel Sando. You want to go ahead first?
Can I ask one question because before I lose it, I missed some part of the program. But did she say anything that could about the motive? Did she say anything about the motive why they wanted him executed?
She tried to analyze. She
Yes,
said
they accused her husband of leaking information to the former vice president
with Joseph Walker
and to opposition figures as well. That's what she said.
But we have other conversation again when they get into it. Yes, ma'am.
I didn't get the answer to my question.
Yes, so the kind of phone that people, for example, if you get the RTL phone, there's a program on the phone, it automatically records any call you receive. Automatically records there's a program on that phone, you activate it, any call you receive, it will automatically record that conversation. So I'm not too sure. Maybe given the situation also, the situation husband or in that morning, she decided to record his voice. It's also possible, but I know that there are people who using the RTL, the technophone, that automatically record conversation.
Well, let's get this clear from an analytical perspective. If you listen to what Melvin said in the recording, if any security person listened to the message clearly, there is, I would say, almost like an indictment in the recording. So it's almost as if Melvin asked his wife to record just in case something happens to him. It is highly possible that the EPS officer asked his wife to put his call on recording just in case something happens to him, because he made it absolutely clear in the message and he gave key points. He gave names where we can exactly turn to by listening to that message. So it is not impossible for him to call his wife and said, put your phone on recording because I want to tell you something.
Okay, I think just to comment on Prince's comment, Madam Dr. Richardson, the question you asked is what we call speculative journalism. If this was open to independent reporting, that would have been a headline. Do you always recall your husband? Then security people can also use that line to investigate. I think Prince had it very well. I don't agree with Daniel's story that the techno in Liberia automatically record because I bought techno for my children. They don't automatically record.
It's a program there when you activate the program. When you activate that program. Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to argue that you might be right, but maybe she was prompted to record. I think Prince's story seems to be more plausible to me because in situations like this where the husband is aggrieved, where he's terrified, where he's seeing danger coming to him, it could be possible that he can say record it. She probably will not. And those are the questions I was trying to go towards, because when these kind of things happen, people got their own interpretation. And the people who are viewing and who are listening to us, they are not journalists. They are never dealt with something like this before. They are even having problems us interviewing the child. And CNN does it every day. People die, CNN interview the child, the widow, the husband who is alive, the family member, they interview, and that's journalism. And we are journalists. We are taught not to be sympathetic when we are asking questions. We do our sympathy after.
So thank you, Gibson. Sorry, go ahead. Let me take
I have one question.
Yeah, let me just bring something key up. On the call, lady said it is early morning.
5 o'clock.
Nobody wakes up early morning with the preconceived notion of recording somebody, unless they are prompted to. And if you listen to Melvin Ellis on the telephone, on the other side of the telephone, he was direct in what he was trying to convey to his wife. That is the two things. So the issue of the recording was a receiver of a message. That's all it was.
I have another.
But I think for me, the bigger picture is not the recording. Even though it's a great question, the bigger picture is a security personnel assigned to a presidential detail is killed, and the wife is confirming that when she went to, I think, Samuel Stryker funeral home and saw a bullet in the head and a bullet in the chest.
I have another
So,
question. If somebody
yeah,
can
a
help
person who
me
shot
answer
himself
this
in the
question,
head
you guys know.
cannot shoot himself in the chest. So how did the bullet get in the chest? And how did the person get the bullet in the head and at the scene not getting the bullet in the chest? So this is something that the government had not provided adequate information on. Their investigation that they said they were launching, they have never come up to tell us what really happened. Were they people fighting with guns? Were they
All right,
fighting over
Gibson,
guns?
Gibson, I'm begging you. Gibson, I'm begging you. Sister Ruth is strong. She's back. She wants to explain that portion about how it was recorded. She wants to explain that. Okay, it's very important. Let's give her the chance just to explain this. Go ahead, Sis Ruth. How did you record it? Yes, talk about us with the recording.
The recording when he called me, it was in the morning. He first placed the call to me and said, Ruth, something serious happening. No matter here, I used to joke. He said, I'm not joking, things are telling you they are getting ready to kill me. But we call this today, tomorrow, they will be able to speak for you. So that's how there's a boy who was living with us. But he was a security in the compound we live, the place we live. In the one say, okay, but says Ruth, you have to record this. That's how I put the phone on recording. And the phone on recording, you know that the government, when the government brought my husband telephone, his button phone. When the government bring my husband button phone, choke on robber. When they bring my husband button phone to my husband's family, because a lot of time I was in Haiti. When they gave my husband button phone to the family, we check in the phone that somebody have news for 1 year. They did it everything. One conversation, you couldn't find it in the phone.
So, Sis Ruth, we'll have you back. We don't want to start a conversation over. I know you and myself will talk. You will come back on the show again. We want to say thank you very much. We don't want to stress you. It's after 7 years and it's after 11 in Africa. May God protect you and the children. And let's talk, okay? We want to say thank you very much. Thank you, Mama. All right. So, guys, again, she promised to come back probably when she's in a convenient spot that we can have a full video conversation with her. She gave Spoon Talk the first round of every conversation by video or by phone because she gave us the right. And she asking us as well, every network in Liberia that want to talk to her, she's asking that you can come through the Spoon Talk. You can talk to me or Dr. Richardson. We'll make that arrangement because this story need to be heard. Again, this is not a proud. She's speaking. She's ready to speak. We'll also be speaking to the wife of one of the auditor that died. We set that conversation up probably Friday or Monday. One of the auditor that passed away, the wife is here in America. That one, she want me to say it. We'll be speaking to that wife. She know exactly what happened. She know how she ran from the country, and she will be speaking. Let's speak to those people, folks. Let's hear their story. To bring healing, we got to talk to them. The best way we can is to listen to them. It will not bring closure, but at least some form of healing will take place. I'm happy that we'll be speaking to her. I don't want to call the gentleman's name. He died among the auditor that died, Prince. But I don't want to call his name. I don't want anybody running to that, his wife. But we will be speaking to his wife. We'll be speaking to his wife because what she told me, amen, Liberia, amen. She will tell you herself. And we want to say thank you for joining Spoon tonight. Let's open the phone line. Let's take a few calls. The people have heard this. Let's take a few calls. Then we'll do our closing and we'll worry about tomorrow by God's grace. You know very well tomorrow will be a powerful show. I'm trying to bring this woman in tomorrow. But again, she will be coming to John Spoon. One of the auditor that died, Daniel Sano, his wife will be speaking. Imagine that will be powerful. They will be speaking on the issue that we call. So, folks, if you are in Liberia, you're outside of Liberia, we're going to put up the phone number. We ask you, Nelson, can you come on and put up the number, please? Nelson, you're working double, triple time, so you pull up the number. Nelson, come on. Let's take some calls. Let's take some calls. My phone number is here. My phone going crazy already. You can call 609-649 4206. Nelson, can you put up the number, please?
Yes, I'm editing it to put it up. I'm adding your number.
Your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Justina Garte.
Justina, talk to us, Mama.
My dear brother Matthew, my friend and colleague, was murdered on the orders of the chief executive. And like I said, it was the same reason why my late boss man, Ada Lauren, was killed. It is the same reason that Matthew Inez was killed. And I can say this to you, justice will come. They will try for justice will come.
Can we mute, guys?
That's what I can say.
Thank you, Justina. Sorry. Mute yourself down, Nelson. Thank you. Thank you very much, Justina Garte. Thank you very much again to you, our sympathy. And I know it will be wonderful, folks. The number, did you put the number up, Nelson? Let's put the number up. We won't have enough time, sir.
I'm adding your number to it, sir.
All right. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from? This is who? Your name again?
Thomas Summerwood.
Yes, talk to us, Thomas.
Yes, I mean, with the situation that, with what happened to this EPS guy and the general situation occurring in Liberia, it is so saddening. We do not want any repeat of anything going forward. If the Liberian people cannot make the decision to replace in this administration, we probably will have so much on our hand. That's what I can say. I've cried enough.
Thank you very much.
Pray for this family.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Let's talk to, hello, your name and where you calling from?
This is Arthur Matthews Cooper. I'm calling from Minnesota.
What's your name?
Arthur Matthews Cooper.
Yes, sir. Talk to us.
So I just want to say thank you for the show today. This is one of the... Hello?
Yes, you are live. Talk to us, sir.
Okay. Yeah, this is one of the best shows you have ever hosted. I want to say thank you to you and all the partners on the show tonight. Please, please go ahead and get in contact with the lady and let's see how best we can be of help to her.
Definitely. You are right, Arthur. We are working on it. We'll put a cash app directly to her, not to the network, for folks to help her. We will do this because we'll be bringing her back shortly. Thank you very much, my brother Arthur. Let me take this one. If you're ready, you can take the next one. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, hello. Starting this
Talk to us.
Yeah, Melvin, the late Melvin used to be I'm probably from the Oro, although I ain't in right now, but we used to call him DMX. But now we regret a lot. What I want you to do for us, can you please share a cash app number that will be all of this person?
We are. Again, you guys can follow Spoon Talk. It will be on our page. We are sharing a cash app number for this family. Trust me, she got 3 children. You heard one of the sons crying. It's not easy. It's not easy. I talk to Sis Ruth all the time. Listen, we can't say all, but she needs the help of every Liberian. And again, we want to say thank you very much for joining us. Yes. Thank you. Let's take one from Liberia. Bring that person in, Nelson.
Okay, hello, you live. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Nelson. This is DJ Lumet, Vice Chair for Administration on the Baka think tank. And let me say hi to Stanton. Thank you very much for your bravery. And we continue to say this. Look, Stanton, that man was killed. Prince Johnson even said it. Prince Johnson said that man never shot himself 3 times. No one can shoot themselves 3 times. Bullet, a jelly or neck, when you cut it, you will throw it down. So this government kill these people, even down to the auditors. For someone, oh, we're not afraid. We're already in the water. You can't be afraid of cold. This thing must come to an end, and we should got the replacement of government to come and prosecute all these people that are hands in the thing.
Thank you.
May God bless our country and save the states. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take this one, Nelson. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Darling Wawu. I'm calling from Boston, Massachusetts.
Talk to us, darling.
Yeah, so Satan, I had a lady keep complaining about being in hiding. Wherever she is, if she's not in Guinea-Bissau, because Guinea-Bissau is not a member of the Security Council, but any other African countries she finds herself, she can go to the UN office. They will provide her safe haven. So she needs to go to the UN office. The UNHCR needs to go to the UNHCR office. My second issue tonight is, Satan, I don't hear you guys talking about corruption, especially legislature salary. It's when Joe Biden become president, is it going to be the same? I mean, business as usual that you guys are not pressing it on legislation salary? Are you going to be taking the same 50,000?
Thank you, my man. Wait for the UP people and ask them, my man, that Joseph Boyka is the political leader.
If you guys have the microphone, you got to.
So we will. Let's talk about Sister Ruth and Melvin today. Tomorrow, I will bring you on the show. We talk about it, yeah?
All right, so yeah, so please let her go to UNHCR office and report herself. They will put in a safe baby.
Thank you, Dada. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. You got someone on, Nelson? I don't know what's going on with Nelson today. Your name and where are you calling from?
Thank you very much. Thank you. You got someone on, Nelson?
Your name and where are you calling from?
This is Thelma Appleton calling from Minnesota, Stanton. I do have a concern after I listened to Sis Ruth.
Yes, ma'am.
Sis Ruth said her husband was never assigned a gun. According to the explanation, when she received the call, the message was her husband was acting some kind of way. Where did he get the gun from to shot himself 3 times in the head?
Good question.
I don't care what the situation is. Common rock just touch your head, you're almost like getting dizzy and trying to swing off. How possible can somebody shot the head themselves 3 times in the head?
Thank you very much.
I pray that Sis Ruth gather all of the strength she needs to carry on. But whoever does this will get a double dose of what she's going through.
Again, thank you very much to our sister. Listen, I came from work, Dr. Richardson. I'm taking a photo from my bag, and I just cut my finger. I started bleeding, and I ran in there. Listen, I dropped everything. Seriously, I dropped everything. You would drop everything because the first instant you hurt yourself. So this is a very important question. And folks, you are asking for her number. I am not going to give you her information. That's not the right thing to do. Some good people among us, but some bad people among us. I cannot give you her information. I cannot give you her location. We will try to find the best number that we can all chip in on a cash app to help this lady. Okay? But don't ask me for her number because I will not give you her number. It will not be the best thing to do. We need to try in all of our weak ways to help protect that family. Please. Let's take a few more calls and then we'll go. Hello?
Yeah. Hello, my name is Seth Dixon. I'm calling from Philadelphia.
Go ahead, my friend.
Just a word of advice. I learned you trying to do cash app for the lady. If you do the cash app, they'll be able to trace her through her name and the phone number.
Yes, it's true, but we are not doing cash app with her number. I don't know where the woman living. Leave that one. We will be fine. Yeah?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thanks for your concern, my friend.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Let me bring in this person.
Yeah.
Your name and where you calling from? Oh, I'm sorry. After this person, you can come in. Your name?
Oh, this is Shaq Saka calling from somewhere around the U.S.
Shaq, go ahead. Talk to us, sir.
Yeah, man. Anyway, Stanton, it's so disheartening to hear the wife of Melvin. This is a gentleman that I interacted with before leaving Liberia. I mean, but this is just my little advice I want to give. You know, kids are very quick to adopt, especially when it comes to their accent. I would advise, apart from the emotional, aspect, for not getting the kid on the radio. For security reasons, they try to keep the kids off it because And a smarter person will try to pick the answer and know exactly which one of the African countries they stay. That's just one. Then the second one is that it is terrible. I will tell you for real. But justice will come when we are leave. You will be shocked and surprised how Melvin died. 2 weapons were used. There are 2 killers, 6 bullets. But you will be surprised. Even people within the EPA will speak, but they can't speak right now. The only thing we will say, Madam, be strong. Justice will come for everybody that died mysteriously in that country. Nothing is going to go unpunished. But to achieve that, we actually leave first. Justice will be served. I remember the 2 officers that ever visited me was Melvin and the other guy called Topa. When I left Liberia, they called into them, they said Topa died from high fever. They rushed into the hospital. After a few months, they told me that Melvin killed himself. But nothing is going to go unpunished. All I can say to the Liberian and the family of Melvin, justice will be served.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And let's say this real quick. There's a story about that 16 billion. Again, let me say this. There's a story about the first $16 billion. You remember the bank, the driver, the person that got killed, the reason they got killed, and all the connected individual. That story is coming up. Did Melvin know about that story? I'm giving you all this information because this thing is getting deeper. And watch tonight. They're going to call the United States government to come and arrest me or say something, or they will tell I'm going to go to Liberia for them to fire me. I don't care, folks. This is about Liberia we are talking about. This is about Liberia. And we have to speak truth to power. For 1 whole year, this woman been courting. Prince, I didn't know it was her. She texted, she called. And everybody want the story to be heard. I'm telling you, Al-Hassan, this is bad. If I share, the only reason I can share some of the pictures, because we got a lot of us in the chat room, I don't know who will share it again. But this is horrible. It's grotesque. It's bad. If you look at it, you say, man, how can we, not on the war front, but how can we treat our fellow Liberians like that? For what? You see the man body, the first picture. I ain't making nobody scared. Hey, man. That's all I would say. You hear the woman crying, it's not for nothing. What was the main reason? What have he done? What did he do? What's the main reason that you can put bullet here, and you telling us it was only 3, it was 6. And the places that bullet went, I would tell you guys, that man must die and come back 3 times to put a bullet in all those places. He must die and come back 3 times to put bullet in all those places.
The fact that they were so bold about it and they didn't do anything to hide it. Look, George Weah got in away with so many things that I don't know which other president in Liberia would have gotten away with it. This may have exploited the love the people have for him to the point that
listen, my man, even if I wrong you, there's left after the presidency.
Does he know?
Madam Sadi was in power for 12 years. Now today they call Madam Sadi former president. Barack Obama 8 years. Now he's former president. There will come a time that you will not be president no more.
So you can now understand why he's so desperate. You can now understand why he's so desperate to maintain the presidency. Because there are a lot of evil things that was done under his watch. There are a lot of evil things that he sanctioned as president of the country. He can't live to see those things come after him.
You're right.
That's why he's so desperate.
I beg you folks, we'll do our closing lecture, but 10 more calls. No interruption. We close this thing, we go. It's really heavily. So maybe my wife will say Bible study cancel. I pray to God for you to bring heavily because this can be my Bible study. I hope God forgive me. God forgive me. But yeah, man. Hello?
Yes, Sandra, how are you today?
Yes, talk to us, sir. Talk to us real quick.
Yeah, I mean, with the situation that Melvin is going through, I mean, I think it's Yeah, first of all, my condolences to the lady for the death of her husband. The story is so sad. But what I want to tell you guys on the show, you guys do a good job. All those guys that people that killing our people in Liberia, they will be held responsible and accountable. It will take time, but justice will be said. And this is why sometimes when I look at the presidential candidate, I think the Uganda will be a good president to take Liberia to a next level. Because he's a guy that led Liberia with sincerity, integrity, rule of law. I think he's the right person to take the leadership, and all the guys
Thank you.
will be accountable.
Thank you very much. You got calls from your end, Nelson? Can we take 5 from Liberia real quick?
Okay, yes, we have calls here. So let's hello.
Hello.
Okay, go ahead quickly.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead. You're live.
I want to say thanks. Yeah, thanks to all of you. Listen, you've done a lot. Sometimes I get so pissed off with you, but I think, today I gave you 10 over 10. And keep on the good work. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Take the next call, Nelson.
Hello.
Yeah, this is calling from Liberia.
Well, which part of Liberia are you calling from? Where in Liberia are you calling from?
So Philly.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to take the time to thank you and all the platform guests. But quickly, I want for you to do something for us. That is before we come to the local media, the local section in Liberia, so that our brothers and our sisters will hear this and make a decision. Because some of us who are seeing it on the social media, we are in fear. Let other people see it, a decision, so that we cannot go to the back to your Weah another second year to come.
Thank you. Thank you.
In Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Let's see if we can take another person here. Hello. Hello. Good evening. We lost this person. We come back to this line. Talk to this person. Hello. You live?
Hello.
Yeah. Go ahead. Your name and where you call from?
Yeah, I'm Othello Johnson.
Okay. Go ahead quickly.
Yeah, okay. We so sorry. The mistake that Liberia did to get your Weah impact, that wickedness. This 2023 election, this is the end of him, and he will still be prosecuted. We all pray for him.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's take this person. Hello. Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, go ahead quickly.
Hello.
Go ahead. You are live.
Okay. I'm Joseph Khan calling from Rwanda.
Okay. Go ahead, Khan.
Yes, I have two issues to be discussed on Blue. I'm so much in solidarity with the bereaved. Are you getting me?
You are live. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, I have two issues to be discussed on the floor. One is to be dealt with the EPS official who were involved.
Sorry, you're not coming through clearly. I will take this direct call. Hello.
Yeah, I got 2 here when you're done. Folks, you guys don't have calls on your cell phone. This open call line. If you do, no problem.
Hello.
I told the guy we're not taking calls.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. You're live.
Yeah, go ahead. Talk. That's not ready.
My name is Melvin Johnson. I'm calling from North Carolina.
Talk to us, Maurice.
Yes, the EPS with the DMX. May the soul rest in peace. That don't know him well from the old rule. Kinchan, Tobakian, everywhere, DMX. Or the other corner, DMX, he had a gun. The man said it time, he had a gun. So he assigned with the president the motorcade. When the president is going somewhere, they advanced him. That DMX the first to be able to see where the president went
great president will ever win. So everybody that listens to me on the whole road, you need to vote your way out. Coming 2023, because of DMX, our young friend, that was killed in Tabata, and his soul rest in peace.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, we're going to take more calls. We know that we got 1 more minute, but we'll take more calls. Real quick, your name and where are you calling from, my friend? Hello. All right, Nelson, who you got?
Yeah, someone here. Hello, go ahead. This person said he's a member of the CDC, so he doesn't want to call his name.
No, you
So,
shouldn't call his
make your
name.
point.
Let him just speak. Let him talk.
Yeah, what I was saying, before Melvin was killed, there are some of our colleagues had a discussion with us, and we definitely know there will come a time that we all will come to speak to justice. And I would like to tell Phone Network and that Mr. Waterspoon that some of you guys who are reporting for Phone, we are getting some information that some of you guys' lives are now being threatened by some of our colleagues. It is sorry to say, but it is the reality, and we hope that these things don't work because we are also communicating with some of our guys to observe the line. And if there's anything that comes out, we will also come to give you guys the information. I think I said enough, and I would like to end on this.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
take
Nelson.
this,
Let's keep it close and take that last one.
Okay. Should
And
we
again,
squeeze this
thanks
one
to the
in,
gentleman.
CEO?
What you say?
Should we squeeze this one in?
Yes, yes.
Should we squeeze this one in?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead now. You're live. You are the final caller.
Hello?
Go ahead. You are live. You are the final caller.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, these things that we continue to talk to people, we said it before in the beginning that this guy, all his track records have been something that's proven him to be a dictator and somebody who always like to be in control. This thing Joshua is doing is not something that has been stated before. He must pay for what he has done, and not only him and everybody that contributed to what he has done will pay for what he has done.
Thank you.
You know, he killed that guy in cold blood. Not only him and other people, he came in cold blood. The family today are suffering from it, and if people is struggling for their lives.
Thank you.
This thing is something that people should understand, and not only voting him out, but we'll make sure that he doesn't leave the country and he be prosecuted for what he's done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, talk to us, your name and where you're calling from, if you care to call your location.
My name is Ojugu Ntage. I'm calling from East Providence, Rhode Island.
Talk to us, Ojugu.
Stanton, it is so sad I tested you and to stop the child because I started crying. As I always told you, I'm a father of 10 children, and looking at my little one to be 2 years old and I'm 5 years old. I miss my father. That's why I tested you. I said, stop the conversation, stop the interview with the child. And I myself, I'm going to contribute to the WhatsApp, and you gave the number. But look, this is the culture of our country. Our great people die, the government don't do nothing. When Eddie were about to leave power, Harry Green died. So this is just the culture. No matter what we do, we are covered. We Liberian people, we are covered. We don't stand up for our own. We don't. When something happens, other people country don't happen like that. But because we are so covered, we can't stand there, you know. So it's just so sad for our country as people are living.
Thank you very much, Ojuku. Let me take this one. Your name and where you calling from, please.
I'm here, Jim. Good evening to all of the panelists. My name is James Kaleko. I'm calling from Columbus, Ohio.
Talk to us, James, real quick.
Today is a sad day for me. I know TMS, Mary Alex. We came for a long way. We came from Kakata. The Kakata border. We came from Kakata on Boma Road. We came for a long way. Well, Henry said, when Mary Alex joined the EPS, doing the first thing, he was the first recruit that came to America here, that went to West Point days and took that training and went back to Liberia to serve the Liberian people. But today, to see a trained man like Melvin Ellis taking a bullet to put in your head 3 times, it's not impossible. It's not impossible. It's a sad day for us in Liberia. Tears is in my eye right now. Tears is in my eye right now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, folks. Again, you're asking for Cash App. We want to say the Cash App will be available. She will be back on the show. The reason why we cannot give our Cash App because we want this to be given to her directly, number one. And we cannot give you her information. We are creating something right now and we'll set this in place. One, how I call in Maine, how I play. Send me the text on the regular phone. If you're here in America, I will call you because folks asking me to call you. But you got my number 609-649-4206. Send me the text right now. I will call you before we do our closing. Good evening.
Hello?
Yep. Good evening.
Yes. Good evening to everyone.
Yes, sir. Talk to us real quick.
I know we're all feeding emotion on this platform, and it's good for us to feed emotion when we hear such things like this. But Strato, I have two things to give you. Ma Ruth, she made mention of one thing Bono, and she wants justice. She wants justice for her husband. Can the people in Liberia or the law enforcement in Liberia, can they contact Fina Bono, what you know about this mysterious death?
Well, brother, thank you. The law enforcement at Weah, Fina Bono live with Weah. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
About it to struggle. What struggle? No. Can struggle give us any information?
All right, thank you very much. Again, folks, let's wrap this thing up. Let's do our closing. Law enforcement, that Joe Manor, we are the law enforcement. Fina Bono live with Joe Manor, so that's where the justice begins, that's where the justice ends. Let me take this one last one. You'll bear with me, please.
Can I go? Can I go?
Yeah, give me one. Let me take this one last one. I beg you, because this person saying, I beg you, brother, I beg you, just give me 1 minute. My phone is going crazy. Okay, let me take this one last. Hello? All right. All right, I guess they're not ready. All right, let's do the closing real quick. Want to say thanks to everybody. Ladies first, Daniel Sando, you in Liberia, you home. You got nowhere to go. Yombly Kanga Lawrence going home, so her office is closed. So you can stay on the show.
Let in Liberia, I gotta go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, that's
Donna Richardson is in America. Yeah, after 5 o'clock there.
Donna Richardson working for herself.
Let it go. Let it go.
Go ahead, D.
But Stanton and colleagues, on a more serious note, now the conversation tonight is very pathetic, and this further justifies why the rogue regime headed by George Weah should be replaced on October 10th. All the things we discussed tonight brought us on security. That nobody's life is secure. Even those who try to live in a private confine have been threatened by the overbearing zealousness of the CDC government. Today, we are discussing the death of a professional EPS officer who died under mysterious circumstances. In a serious country, the government will be prepared to serve justice. But because Mr. Weah, in his infinite quest for power, has crippled all of the system he inherited. So today, the police, I bet the police does not even have an incident report on the death of Melvin Ellis. When they let Ada Lauren pass, it took the police 2 years to conclude the investigative report. And they submitted something that doesn't even explain what happened there. So all the systems in Liberia are broken down. Our sister is crying for justice. There will be justice for all of the people who have died under mysterious circumstances. Look at that beautiful girl, Princess Kopo, found dead in the yard of a Lebanese businessman. The government didn't even invite the businessman. They said the girl had TB, and so she fell and died. All of the auditors who died, there will be justice for them. But that justice can only be served on a responsible government that is committed to upholding the rule of law the laws of the country and respecting the right of every citizen, whether you are a partisan or not. That cannot be achieved on a George Weah. That cannot be achieved on a George Weah. And so our country is in a sad state. It's a very sad time for our country. An EPS officer, a serviceman who abandoned all of the trappings of life and said, I want to serve my country. He would die because he got the president boyfriend and girlfriend secret. You know, very disturbing, very disturbing. So we can only encourage our sister to be very steadfast. We know it's a difficult time for she and the family. We know how difficult the economy is. For a single mother to be surviving, to maintain the family is difficult for her. And so that's why we encourage other philanthropics, Liberians of goodwill to reach out to her. But they wouldn't need to keep their finger crossed. I said they because the families of the victims of Weah brutality. And somebody said something. The other day when you listen to, how you call him, Lester Tenney, he said, has there been any mysterious deaths in McGill left the executive mansion? There's been none. There's been none. Why do you think McGill is doing everything to become Senator of McGibby? Because he wants that political protection. He wants that political protection. But they are precedent already. The way they deprived Brandon Samukai of becoming Senator of Lofa County because he misapplied public money, that precedent already been set by the court. So people that McGill will have to account for the action. Whether he's elected Senator of McGibby or not, they will account for the action. Because these things were done with the acquiescence and knowledge of McGill. And that's why even seditionists are now saying, have you seen any mysterious deaths in McGill left? Because McGill was at the epic center of all of these executions and summary disappearances, plunging our country into backwardness. Like Brimpo voted for George Weah, and George Weah gave her the PAPD. That PAPD will provide job for the people. They have attracted zero investment. And, you know, and this is why some of us are very unapologetic about our support of Joseph Boyka. Because we do believe that he's the only person who has the numerical strength, the vision, and the tenacity to deliver this country from the catastrophic leadership of George Weah. It is a mess. It is a side state for our country. We can talk for all we want, but if the Liberian people do not listen to us to vote Mr. Weah out of power, the ones you have seen in your first term will be small. What will happen in your first term will triple. And some of us will not raise our life. I have a beautiful woman. I have a daughter. I have a family. Every day we come from work, we have to sit on our backs for hours to speak to you on these issues. So the boys in your court, you have October 10th to get Mr. Weah off your back and usher in a better leadership headed by Joseph Boyka to rescue this country. Thank you, Stanton.
You want to go? Do you want to go? She's coming. Okay. I just want to say sorry to Mrs. Early. This was a hard show. I didn't expect this at all, as usual. We really don't know what the topic would be when we come on the show, which is what makes phone talk. But I hope that Mrs. Early finds peace somehow. That's going to be difficult as she continues to run, to safety. I hope that in this process, she's able to get some help, be it physical or psychological. I think it will help her. I had two questions, and these were just thoughts in my head. She had mentioned that her husband was killed because he passed information to the opposition. I had a thought about what made her think that. Did he ever disclose that information to her, like at any time during their conversations? And I also wonder why his phone messages were deleted. Was it for security purposes, or was it for, you know, to protect somebody else? Um, I want to address the issue. Like I said earlier, it was not our intention to have her son speak. She insisted. And if you're a professional person, you know very well that you set priorities in terms of what you deal with uh, in your working relationship with people. Our priority right now was to deal with the trauma or the issues, the concerns that Mrs. Early had. Uh, so I'm not in the business of publicly chastising someone who's traumatized on, for the whole world to see. Yes, I do not think it's appropriate to have her son speak publicly and on this platform, and because it's just not healthy for a child. Secondly, whatever he said, he kind of repeated him. He repeated exactly what his mother said, and that worries me a little bit. So I think it's a great show as usual. I just hope that on October 10th, Liberians will make the best decision for them. That's it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. This is very important, but I'm going to hold this because we're out of time. Uh, someone want to participate, the person that attended the autopsy procedure from all the auditors, and they want to explain exactly what the government kept to themselves and what they gave the Liberian people for information. Uh, I don't know. Liberians love the truth, and Liberians really want to see the change in Liberia, Prince. Dr. Richardson, thank you for making that clarification. We didn't ask for the little man to speak, but the mother insisted, and we were in the place just to allow her and allow her, her decision. So again, we move on to talk about the issue that Melvin received 6 bullets. Prince, you know Melvin. Folks call him DMX. He received 6 bullets, one to the head, one to the chest, and the rest of it you can tell where. If you see the graphic picture, you will be scared and you have a bad dream. And I really think you have best I can do that to show it to our folks, not here on Facebook because they will block us. You guys know how it works. But just to share with you, and we'll be bringing in our sister Ruth. Talk to us, Prince Maxwell, our Hussein Fadika, and our brother Gibson will take us home.
Yeah, uh, it was certainly a somber day today on this network, and I would like, as I've always stated, I do appreciate the democratization of the media from Spoon TV's perspective, allowing Liberians to express their views and opinions, good or bad, to express it. It is enshrined within our Constitution that they have their right to their grievances, and we should protect that and stand by that. Even if we like it or not, it is their right to express their opinion. And Spoon has done extremely well at leveraging that right for Liberian people. I would say this that the President Weah's and Samuel Tuer regime has failed Liberia miserably. There is no economic success of this President Weah Samuel Tuer regime over the past 6 years. There's nothing the government can point to. There is nothing the Minister of Minister of Finance can point to. On a national scale, it's a success for Liberian people. So, at best, they will do everything to avoid the economic data on a campaign trail. At best, they will embellish every information on economic data on a campaign trail. Also, I will speak to the injustice that have been done to the civil service salary, the injustice of the George Weah Samuel Tuer regime, and the level of disruption they've caused the civil servants space in Liberia. Everything they have done, they have disrupted, they have caused chaos. People have lost their hope and aspiration because when they took over, they came with the idea of we were not here, but we're here. That our time. And all the hard work the international community put into that was completely lost. Also, the unsolved death of Melvin Ellis and many other individuals in Liberia brings back, not death, killing, brings back the killing of that took place at the Lutheran Church. It brings back that memory in the minds of the Liberian people. I say this again. The unsolved killing of the diplomatic agent Melvin Ellis and all other unsolved killings in Liberia brings back the memory of the Lutheran Church killing because it is unsolved as well. And the Liberian people have a memory of unsolved killing in the country, and they do not like it. At no point in the history of Liberia, Liberia's people have reacted positively to unsolved killings. Go to every regime and find out. You will know. Liberian people do not like unsolved killing. It brings fear, it causes chaos, and public distrust. And right now, I believe that the public completely distrusts the President Weah and Samuel Tua regime. It's also sad to hear today that the CDC is now chasing after Eugene Nangwe. We know fully well how Samuel Tua disrespected Eugene Nangwe, one of the preeminent professional in the Republic of Liberia. Samuel Tua, I remember his recording very, very well. Eugene Nangwe must shut his mouth. Today, Eugene Nangwe has been given an important responsibility, and I believe Samuel Tua is under there again, undermining Eugene Nangwe. That is the reason why the president cannot have success. Also, this very Samuel Tua man was the same individual who captured the president's cabinet. Nobody can do anything in the president's cabinet or make a strong decision without the say-so of Samuel Tua. And President Weah has allowed him this privilege. The Liberian people's lives have been suffering, death occurring, poverty increasing, public services going down the drain, poo-poo water in the street of Monrovia. It's all on Samuel Tua and George Weah. And that is the reason
put
why.
Put your hand down, Gibson. You're on television. Put your hand down.
That is the reason why Dr. Clarence Moniba and Madam Grace Pan is running to replace him. I have not even started talking about corruption and the bad medical sector. The Liberian people need security. Armed robbery on the rise in the country. Drug use is on the rise. Liberia is on the verge of becoming a narco state where high crimes and criminals can bring drug in the country at any point in time and use Liberia as a transit country. We know these things are there. So it is very, very important that we pay attention to what Dr. Moniba is saying on the campaign trail.
I'll give you 1 minute of my time, Maxwell, because you just broke a story that we're supposed to be running with tomorrow. The Eugene Lane Nangwe and the Samuel Tua situation that President Weah have to warn Samuel Tua that I will fire you if you don't stop this thing. And that's the reason why Samuel Tua is on the verge. If President Weah is re-elected, he would dismiss Samuel Tua. But anyway, we'll keep that story for tomorrow. I don't know how you got that information. It wasn't from me, but I was holding that information for tomorrow. Again, I must take this person call because she has threatened me so many times on social media. She's on our live. She's saying if I do not take her call, She will go after me again. Let me take Howard Mexia. I think I pronounced the name right. Howard, welcome to Spoon Talk.
Thank you, Stanton. Thank you for having me. I never threatened you. Let's just make that clear. I never threatened you. I only pursue to come on the call. We've been talking a lot concerning Melvin early and all our other victims. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you left.
Okay, as a justice defender, where I just speak for victims, being a victim's family myself, my sister was also mysteriously found in Quebec in 2018. I've been speaking for all the victims and for Melvin Early, people like victims like Melvin Early. I've been speaking for them, and we've all been speaking for them, and many Liberians have been speaking for them. You know, and there's a reason why we need a country where when things are not structured and they don't apply to certain people don't care. I mean, if you look at the narratives, you don't even have to be a forensic or expert. You know that he was murdered. We have had people who have came in the open and have said that they knew exactly what happened to Melvin Early. Our justice system have not called these people forward, have not done anything about it. There are so many cases. I called Mr. Early name on our podcast repeatedly. So other people do the same. But I just want to make something clear. I have to clear that out for my conscience tonight for me to go to sleep. For a person who is a child protector in the United States, if we're living in America and we want to imitate what Americans are doing and we say we are professionals, yes, we can say some things that parents and say is right for our child, but there are laws that protect children. Can I leave my 3 or 4 year old at home by themselves? I can assume that I can just go to the store and leave them home. But is that legal? Is that safe? No. So when a child comes on these kind of graphic conversations concerning murders and stuff, we have experts, a professional that are saying on the show. We're not saying that anybody should chastise anybody. Sometimes people don't know. If we know better, we do better. When you watch CNN, that Jerome is saying that CNN can talk about this show. CNN never had a show concerning murder, like Trayvon Martin or other deaths in this country. And the families were on that show, and children were present, and there were no grief counselor or no expert of trauma. Okay, so yeah, CNN do have these kind of shows, but they bring on experts. So certain conversations, children are not allowed in certain conversations because of the traumatic effect. That's why we are saying, I'm not saying that even the mom says she should do it. Maybe the mom is vulnerable. She wants justice. She's desperate, just like me, that wants justice. I want to know what happened to my sister when they found her in Quebec with no panty on, with a bra on, her nose breaking. So you see, that's why we are saying we need justice for our people, and we are asking all the victims' family, whether you're people that big name or small name, speak up and demand justice and let Liberia know why justice is crucial in this election. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Howard. Thank you.
Back and forth. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
You're welcome, Howard. Thank you a lot. Thanks. Fadika, my brother.
I will close with this. It has already happened. Like I think Daniel said, there will be justice. No matter how long it takes. We saw what happened during the World War II. Those Nazis, war criminals, they fled. They went in all kinds of directions. But gradually, even in the 80s and 90s, justice was served. But one thing I gather from all this is that we have to focus on this election. It is very important that George Weah leave from power. And we cannot make any mistake about it. It has to be certain, it has to be sure. And a few people in this race that can make that happen. Supporting Ambassador Boyka was not an easy decision. I have searched my soul, and one of the crime most of people like us commit is we tend to not just sit idle, we always want to have a side. And in Liberia, it's not easy to find people with integrity. But one thing that I've gathered over the last couple of months and weeks that I got to know Ambassador Boyka is that he possesses few things that most of the other candidates do not have. I would never question Mr. Cummings' competence or any of the guys in the opposition for that matter. We have a minefield of competent people that are in this race. This is one of the few races that I've seen that will have enough competent people. But can they win? Why I support Ambassador Boyka and why I think that it is now time that even those of our friends and brothers in the opposition to start thinking twice about this race. Ambassador Boyka doesn't only come to this thing with experience. He is, based on every post that we have seen, he is the person most likely that is in the driver's seat to win this thing. It's not a joke. It's not a politics as usual. These are facts. Every seasoned politician operate on data, on pollings, and every poll. When I saw the crowd in Monrovia and the sentiment, even on social media, I have never felt this way before. This is nothing like 2017. 2017, when I supported Ambassador Boyka, but then we were fighting the Erling faction, and it was kind of a little shaky. But there is something that I'm gathering from Liberian, in as much as they are terrified of this regime. You may not notice it, but our people are terrified. They cannot speak up. Look, I was in Liberia. There's somebody probably a prince or some of you guys know. Do you know that NSA have people in every area? They got Yana boys that are working with NSA. I saw Taylor. I was my own covert operation. I saw Taylor. I saw Doorman. I saw ordinary people that just passing in the street that have NSA ID card. George, we had this something like brother. Most people probably this is not news, but a lot of people that are informing for the NSA that are walking all around Monrovia, giving information to the government. And I broke somebody cover that was in a hotel that I was in, and this lady was an NSA informant. She was working with LRA. She was a seamstress too, and she revealed a lot of other secrets, even taxi driver. That's how George Weah is operating. For people are afraid. The only thing they are not saying anything. They are going to go to the polls, and you will see from the numbers on something. They are afraid. But this is the culture that George Weah have cultivated, and we are overlooking the level of sophistication and time that these guys are put into this thing. So when I look at this race, I want even our friends and brothers within the opposition sphere to start thinking twice that we cannot make a mistake. I always say this. I cannot imagine on Liberia that George Weah will be the head of state for the next 6 years. We might never have a country again. This is worse than the Civil War. I used to work for the NBA doing the Taylor administration, and in as much as Taylor was not paying off, I don't think people live like this on a Taylor. In Taylor, Liberia, the people are afraid. People just die mysteriously. These guys. They congregate, they eat together, they sleep among each other. They are operating like a real court. When I went to Liberia, or if you want to find all the ministers in this government, you can find them congregating in one place. They eat them with each other. I was able to, the few times I went with them, they don't mingle with other people. That's the difference between the CDC government and that of the Unity Party. The Unity Party, they didn't care. They mingle with people. They were all in the community. We cannot separate or divide our country like this. When you have this man that will go and build 20 houses for people in his hometown and 20 houses, this is the same tribal divide that brought the Civil War. The same marginalization. And when I look, I see Ambassador Boyka. Look, we may say everything. I know one thing nobody has said about Ambassador Boyka. I know that people have tied him to being in government for 40 years. But in the course of 40 years, show me one Liberian politician that has even been in the legislature for one term that don't have this massive, I call them monument, statue of corruption. They build big mansion. In my mind, just common sense. If this man were already sitting there, why he did with his own money? It either happened or it didn't happen. And this is a fact. Going in this election, there's only one person with that executive experience. That's Ambassador Boyka. He has served, besides is a lengthy public servant record. This man has know what it means to be a chief executive, a vice president of a country. Who else possessed that experience in Liberia? Not Cummings, nobody else. No, I'm yet to see one person. So I know that he will be a great president. And honestly, he is the true transitional president. He is that president that will safely deliver Liberia to our generation, because we need to stop the bleeding. That one, when I hear the word rescue versus fix and sweep, I know that this country needs to be rescued. We have to stop the bleeding. We have to give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. We have to do CPR on this nation. And then he can turn it over to our generation, the Clarence Monima, Dr. Clarence Monima generation, the Taiwan Grongro. They will be a little up in age, but then we can find out what we want to do with this government. But if we lose this opportunity, look, there's the only candidate that are young, old, people that not even in his generation are flooding the walls in. Is that they feel very comfortable with him, they feel very relaxed with him, they feel more secure with him. He's old, we know that. He may be fragile, we know that. But one thing we cannot say and we cannot take away from him is his length of experience, his ability to bring people together. People say Ambassador Boyka is divisive, but this man is one of the most humble human beings I've seen. And I know Dr. Richardson, all you guys looking at me, but I'm very sincere about this. That crowd, that voice that we listen to today, we should not allow that lady tears to go in vain.
Thank you. Thank you, our brother Al Hassan Fadiga, the whole summer for JMB, the rescue team. Fadiga, what's your position?
It's not the day. Tomorrow we have an answer for you.
Tomorrow we have the answer for Fadiga. I like that.
Tomorrow,
how many minutes I have? How many minutes I have? Because I don't want to be talking.
You got 1 minute.
No, true.
I'm going to say 1 minute, 5. Fadiga spoke for 5, 7 minutes. I got 1 minute, no problem. I got 3 things to say. First of all, Fadiga, you are right. We need CPR providers on the side to wait. And the only reason they will wait is because they got to wait if JMB will be alive before we reach the election time. So you are right, we need CPR. Thank you very much for that. And Howard, you say you are a child protector. You are still stuck in gear once you came to America. In America, if you are a parent and they want to interview your child, when you permit it, they can interview your child. It's permissible. Only when the parent do not want your child to be interviewed is when they don't interview your child. So say you came from Liberia, you are still stuck in gear 1. You have not learned anything about interviewing children or victims, okay? So I'm not going to comment about it. Here is what I want to say. The point I tried to make from the beginning is, how is it that people who work for government, people who work, she's taking it personal, look at the old man. These people stuck in gear 1. They ain't learned nothing since they came from Liberia. They want to compare themselves with us. The problem I have, Stanton, why is it that people who work for government continue to die and the government is not going further? That shows a lot. That tells us a lot about what the government attitude is concerning its citizens, its employees, and high-profile individuals. Today, we are talking about 8 auditors who we have no arrest of any suspect, no investigation. The government has abandoned the case, but they have hyper accelerated the case of Mususcat. But the rest of the 12 or 13 people that have been killed, the government doesn't talk about them. We're talking about Melvin today, who they claim killed himself, but a man who killed himself shot himself in the head and came back and shot himself in the chest, or shot himself in the chest and then shot himself in the head. It's so stupid for anybody to say that kind of thing. This government needs to try to investigate these things. If they cannot investigate, they create the apprehension in the people, and the people have the right to accuse this government of being mastermind for these murders. And we have no reason not to doubt the people who think that the government is responsible for this murder. We need, and Stanton, please bring the woman back. Please bring her back. She got more to say. The only appeal I have to her is that let her story be straight. She should not say anything that she don't know, she don't see, she didn't hear, because if one of her story is debunked, every other story will fall apart. So let her just say exactly what she knows. And we, today, we don't even have human rights organization in Liberia. Those days, during our time, were editors, human rights organizations will be investigating the thing and coming up with their results. But today, nobody is speaking. Why are they so complacent? No human rights organization in Liberia to go deeper into Tapeta and interview people in Tapeta to say what they know. Nobody can do that. I'm just so, today Liberia is just different. But again, the government must be able to investigate. And if the government cannot investigate the death of their employee, high-profile individuals working in government, then it is just sensible, it is just right for people to postulate, for people to think that the government has a hand in that death. That is why they are not going after the perpetrator of those evil. And that's how I want to handle it today.
And Stanton, I hope when we talk about this, Stanton, give me 1 minute. I hope we talk about this enough. It's about time that we talk about this enough because this is going to my core. The issue is that Liberian people are deeply concerned, and they have been concerned about Minister Samuel Tua's behavior for a very, very long time. And his behavior against one of the most permanent practitioners in the country, Eugene Nangwe. He has undermined
Eugene Lane Nangwe, right, Commissioner?
Eugene Lane Nangwe, the commissioner, yes, of maritime. Samuel Tua has deliberately, strategically, and intentionally tried to undermine Minister Nangwe, the Commissioner Nangwe, continuously and over. I remember fully well his comment, Minister Nangwe must shut his mouth. I remember that. How can you speak to such a colleague like that? The second point I have to make here is this. A colleague of mine brought this to my attention. I want to just say it out quickly. Why is it that President Weah is now going after Dr. Clarence Moniba? Because the president knows fully well that Dr. Moniba and Madame Grace Brown holds 63% of persuasive understanding of the youth of Liberia. Because he is afraid to go after Dr. Moniba and Madame Grace Brown, because the youth of Liberia will be very angry with him. And he does not want to do that. So for that reason, you will not hear Ambassador Weah, President Weah, Bekube going after Dr. Moniba. That shows how Dr. Moniba is very, very strong when it comes to the youth of Liberia. That is the reason why he's not going out. He dare not go after, because the youth will come after him immediately. He know he will lose the youth vote if he goes after Dr. Weah. Dr. Moniba and Madame Grace Brown. It is about time we
gotta
speak
go,
to the
but
issue.
I kind of confused with your argument, though. We gotta go and let me do my question. Maybe we can do it tomorrow. You are defending Eugene Lane Nangwe, a dear friend of mine, the man I will call today. He pick up a phone immediately. Politics or no politics, Eugene Nangwe would laugh, and he would, because I know the folks that around Eugene Nangwe, and they are, But let's talk about the politics. I'll say he is defending Eugene Lane Nangwe and accusing Samuel Tua, but both of these guys making the country worse. Both of these guys support the agenda of President George Weah that killed him, Melvin, the allegation that he know about Melvin death, he know about the auditor death. Eugene Nangwe left Maritime on sabbatical, receiving pay and running as a campaign manager for CDC. It is unlawful to do so. And you are celebrating Eugene Lane Nangwe. You getting so mad with Samuel Tua, but now you're saying why the president going against? Is that a Clarence Moniba way of doing business? Come on, man. No. No, let me go. This guy
no, but you asked me that. I want to say something because the man confused me. At some point, I thought the man was
exactly. I'm kind of like, where am I? I better let me go to my Bible study and go sing my hallelujah and Days son.
Yeah, something you are right. To emphasize.
I beg you, let Al Hussein come in. Jameson, I will yield my 30 seconds to you. Let Al Hussein go first. I am Liberians. This guy bringing up politics I have never seen before. Eugene Lane Nangwe, Samuel Tua, we are in the middle. But you say I will take Eugene Nangwe. I disagree with Samuel Tua, and we ask the president why he's not going after Clarence Moniba. Who are you? But talk to me, Hussein. This guy
personally, I mean, I admire Eugene Namwe for one thing that Stanton said. Eugene Namwe is a person that is very down to earth. If you really know him, he knows how to mingle with people.
Listen, this guy is cool.
He doesn't give a free politics.
No, listen, he cool. Listen, I have attacked Eugene Namwe, and the next day we laugh. Eugene Namwe, Eugene Namwe is cool. Say what you want to say. I like his coolness.
I mean, what you doing now? You tell me what you in there?
Exactly. The way he can do something and bring people around him. But
that doesn't take away. He's also
exactly
in his government, and it shows the politics of people that will protect their own. Everybody have their own low corner people that they protect. And one of the things that I see with Ambassador Boyka, he doesn't have do favoritism when it comes to this thing.
Yeah, but I don't want to give you all my time because I want to get another 15 seconds to Gibson. Why would Maxwell do that kind of spin I have never seen before in my life?
It speaks to what we have always been saying, that certain element within the opposition are directly working for the madam. And that is why when we called him madam to make that call,
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
No, Fadiga. That is a cheap shot. It's a cheap shot. It's a cheap shot.
I don't give up 15 seconds.
It's a cheap shot.
I'm fine.
That story died a long time ago.
Let me say
even
this.
Your panelists are even laughing at you at this point.
No, seriously, I'm a bit laughing at Hussein, but I'm still thinking in my mind. I'm trying to understand you better, Prince. I'm trying to understand you better. Listen, like there's somebody was talking about somebody. I think Gibson, hold on 1 minute. Gibson, hold on 1 minute. Somebody will be talking about Deputy Speaker Funati Kofa. I like Funati Kofa. To me, he have done nothing wrong. But when we talk about the politics and the policy in the country, I go against Funati Kofa. Okay? That's me. Then some of my friends will say, my man, the man's so cool, my man, our friend. But listen, like Eugene Namwe, he's my friend. Miguel is my friend. But I don't like Miguel policy when it comes to George and Weah. So we got to separate this thing. Funati is cool. I was talking to one guy this morning, Satya. He got Funati Kofa picture and his picture together on WhatsApp. Shout out to Satya. I said, both of you guys are ugly. We started laughing. He said, oh, Funati and myself finer than you. That's our own cruel thing. You know what I'm saying? But when we talk about the policy, don't get vexed if I say I against you because of your decision you are making along with George Weah to make the country worse. Dr. Richardson, you get what I'm saying? It's free. That's me. I don't like the George Weah policy. I say it. It have led to the worst in the country. But it doesn't mean you're my enemy. I can call Eugene Lee number right now. He will answer me. He doesn't care about CDC not answering. And that's the difference today. I would say I agree with you because of Samuel Tweed's decision. President George Weah are losing most individuals that come around him than ever. Because of Samuel, watch Nathaniel Magay when he was in the government. Nathaniel Magay brought enemy and enemy together. And he made them understand that George Weah was a perfect man. But with Samuel Tweed, he go with cash violence. And nobody care about cash violence. He think that he might be the only man decision maker in the room. And that's bad when it comes to politics. And that's why I say, you know what? You are confusing me. But Dr. Richardson, you get the last word, take us home, and we're done with this show. I'm leaving tonight.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I gotta go to Bible study, my man.
Ask me for clarification tomorrow.
I'm still emotional.
All right, let people say
let me tell you, Stanton, the reason I did at this, Maxwell talked about the people that were massacred at Lutheran Church.
Of course.
But he did not talk about people that were massacred at Cattle Center. He didn't talk about the people that were massacred in Fasama.
Please add.
He didn't talk about the people that were massacred at the Freeport of Morovia.
Please
he didn't talk about people. So when you use one incident of speech, a public speech like that, you corrupt people's mind. That's why I hit my hair. I just did a day to,
Please add.
Everything. Please
add.
But here is what I think about what Stanton saying about what you said. Here is what I think about what Stanton saying and what you said.
Yeah.
The two people, it could be possible that Joshua is doing what they call divide and rule. Tell the other person you are better than the other man, tell the other person you are better than the other man, and the two of them are loggerhead and you control them. Or the two of them are just fooling us. They just come in the public and do that nonsense, but they are the main architect of the situation we find ourselves.
Good cop, bad cop. Good cop, bad cops. You're right.
It's not even good cop. It's not even good cop, bad cop.
That's what Richard said, Infinity.
Yeah, I'm still. My mind is still on Mrs. Early.
I know. We will get everything. I'm in conversation with Sister Ruth, and she in the front that one.
I just I'm gonna go to the Bible class.
I gotta go to the Bible study class. Yes. I mean, I preached this on Sunday. It was powerful. I preached about the youth of David. Yes, but that will be another time. Why God said David is a man of my own heart, but for Saul, God said no, I don't want Saul. It's something about that though. David committed a lot of sin than Saul, but God, in His own grace, He appreciated David more than Saul because Saul committed one sin. He had pride in his sin, and God said to him, "Obedience is better than sacrifice." And who can end it on the show tonight? Who know the rest of that Bible verse? Hey man, I'm here and nobody know. God said to Saul through the prophet Samuel, I asked you to do X, Y, and Z, and you did it. And this is why God said, obedience is better than sacrifice, but disobedience is as such as what? Hey man, I'll say, Jason Jeru, Prince Maxwell. None of you, hey man, my head hurting you. So I know you ain't going to heaven.
You surprised on that one there. That was a surprise one.
It's not a surprise. It's one of the biggest things in the Bible. And disobedience as such as witchcraft.
Exactly.
Everything God said I asked from you to go and kill, destroy, you brought all the 5 things, all the gold, the diamond, everything.
Oh,
but I'm telling you,
my man, they finish Googling the thing. They finish Googling the thing.
Who, me? May God bless you all. May God keep your Prince. We want to say, listen, Prince, I'm happy for you and I'm happy for the team that are molded by your very, very young son, well-intelligent gentleman. And I want to say, yes, indeed, you will give Fadika and Gibson and Fagon hard time on the show. But I like the match. Yeah. I like the match. Seriously, you bring a lot.
This is not me. I'm only speaking what the youth of Liberia that's supporting Dr. Clarence Moniba have asked me to speak on. The issue of Eugene Namwe and Samuel Twe, I hope we talk about it tomorrow because I need to give the Liberian people a clear understanding of
But
why.
I got a message for you today. We received this message. If George Manawea is re-elected, and I should be like Abdullah, because Abdullah Ketema say if Cummings get 40%, he can come second or third place. All the ANC running and say, Abdullah say Cummings will come second place. Abdullah said if. So let me say this. Yeah, let me be very frank with Dr. Richardson. They removed the if and they ran with the rest of the story. I talked to Abdullah today. Abdullah said, I beg you now, they shouldn't give him that bylaw. That's what Abdullah said. Abdullah said, I never said anything like that. Abdullah said, Stanton, let me tell you something. Joseph Boyka will win, not by how machine. He will win Lofa, he will win Nimba, he will win Lofa, Nimba, and Matsuralo. He will win Bapalu, 4. He will win, but not by how machine in Bon County. And Bomi, Abdullah divided this thing. He came on the show on Thursday. Abdullah said, Bomi County, Joel will win Bomi. Joel will win Grand Bassa. Joel will win Riverside because of my guild. Joel will like to win in my Gibi. The Southeastern Joel can win part of them. But he said, I asked him, I said, but then, Mr. Cummings, where you get your aid from? He said, my man, Mr. Cummings got to start spending money. Then the aid will come into place. I said, after that, I'm done with you. I said, after that, I'm done with you. My man, y'all have a good night. It's good seeing all of y'all. See y'all tomorrow by God's grace, 4 o'clock. Thank you very much, folks. But yeah, Abdullah cracked me up today. Hey, Nelson, I know you're going to the 9 p.m. late night show. The guy's going to be on, Nelson. Let me advise you, try to switch them over. A lot of people can be waiting to come on to Nelson.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you
That's
gotta
true.
get them in and out. You gotta switch them over. You know. Then Grable going yeah, always Grable going always calls me. Then he can come on the show and come watch the show.
When the minute enter, they can't want leave again. See you are the problem.
Yeah, let the Grable go on. The girl going will kind of cost me. Then he'll come on the show. But I like him because he got Grable going. I'm not gonna block him. He's the governor for the Grable them. But I want to say, man, yeah, let's bring them in and allow other folks to come in. Your show is growing, though. I said thank you very much for the time and the patience and the research you continue to do for the late night program. It's growing mightily, and I hope I have the strength to join you guys tonight because now I didn't go to Bible study. I will say my prayer. The Lord is my shepherd; I shall not want. You want to join me to say the Lord's prayer now? Come on, the 23rd sign. You want to join me? Come on, let's say.
Yeah.
You guys gotta go. The Lord is my shepherd.
My shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures.
He restored my soul.
Oh,
he restored. Oh, you lead up which one now? Okay, let's start over. The Lord is my shepherd.
My shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures.
Okay.
He led me beside the still waters.
The still water. Restore my soul. He leadeth me on the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I will fear no evil. I will fear no Weah. I will fear no sedition. I will fear no killing. I will fear no extrajudicial killing. For that what?
For thou art with me.
That rod and that staff, they comfort me. Yea, prepares a table before me in the presence of my enemy. That I knotted my hair with oil, and my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, as I dwell in the house of the Lord. As I dwell in the house of the Lord. As I dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever and ever.
Amen.
Which one of the son is that, Nelson?
It's Psalm 23.
You thinking about it?
No. I recite that almost all the time. Almost all the time.
You do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but let's see. What about Psalm 27? I mean, we're done though. Folks want to leave. We're just hanging up. What about Psalm 27?
No, that one part not there.
Oh man, you know it.
I'll have to take my
man, Psalm 27. The people saying so don't know. Look at everybody commenting. I look up to the hill one's coming. My help comes from the Lord.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. Who made the heaven and the earth?
Yeah.
Go ahead now.
Yeah.
I mean,
I look up to the hill. Yeah.
Yeah, but I want to say this to you. Thank you very much. Your CEO is in time, Madam Titi Kanet. I know you guys are happy. And again, you guys, Dama, man, look what Dama did. He went way Nimba, man. He got us on all those radio stations, and it's going crazy. And the people are going to listen to Spoon Talk, and the people are going to listen to the message. I felt bad today because when I listened to my sister Ruth, I said, "Amen, amen." That's huge. Make sure you lock your door, yeah. You lock your windows. You look around, and you'll be saved by God's grace. Have a wonderful evening. Good night, Emin. Right there, Emmy. Good night. I have not seen you in a long time. Edwina Bright, thank you. Dave Colley, Musun Lidan, Kau, Jeanette, Mary Lamardine, Oliver Dillon. Oliver Dillon, what's up, my man? It's been a while, bro. I think Oliver didn't stay here. He went back. Philip Bala. Philip Bala, I got to talk to you. There's something I didn't like. We'll pull the roof cash up. Charlene Ella B. McNeil, Nooch, Grateful Banner Jr., Weah to my Blade. Weah to my Blade. It's good to see you, my sister. It's good to see you. Our greetings to all the wonderful Blade family. She always follow us. Sam Odu. I'm not a pastor, though. I'm just a child of God. Tali Jafar. Thank you. You are blessed also, Tali. Ba V. Roberts. Hey, Ba, I'm not spying the Bible. The message I'm spying the scripture. Roland Niman. Mo Dupeda son, Man Dupeda son. Veren Powerhouse. We want to say thank you. Lena Suku, Syria Ajivon. We want to say Kalon Zae, Augustine Galakanan Widow, Vasco Sumo. We want to send a special greeting to Kumba Fendoro. Fede Bala is you again. Jerry coming on to that. Fede come on to Evangelist Sanko Quante, Di Afonso, Tamilista Lidos. The name so high. I'm
So
sorry
the
if I
name
messed
is
your name. Because on the name and the real name, Tenai Kroman, Gordon Weirdo, even Prince, Amon Collins. Greetings to all of you and to your family. A winner, bread, I call your name. Let's bring in Gibson, Zaza Boy, Kevin Gibson, Nimlan Na Twagbe. Twagbe is left from Newton Grand Crew County, vote GMB, restore the soul of the nation. Nimle Na Twagbe. This other name, Vasti Watkins, Musulina Kao. Let's go to Mommy Jackson. Mommy Jackson, wherever you are, we say greeting to you. I don't know where you're joining us from. We're just going to acknowledge our folks today. Omaru Kengo. Omaru Kengo, Wida Thompson. We want to say greetings to you, Omaru and Wida. We want to also bring back Emmy Ryder. Is all over our page tonight. She now coming 100 times today. Zoe Power, we want to say Zoe, thank you. George Lavalier, George, thank you. Abraham Kroman, Kwetu, Guantala Doro. We want to say thanks to you all. Omen Tata, Perenha Toot, Chokon Smith, Valentino Perez. We want to say, Valentino, thank you. A special one to you and your family. Hilson Johnson, Galson Santo, Wu Patriotism, Golakpo, Zio Kato Jr., Howard Mengsga. Howard Mengsga called me and said, stand up, call me back on the show. Hey, Howard. From day one, Howard, man. Heron, want to say, Heron, thank you. Tenor Kroman, Nettie Harris Block, want to say thanks to all of you. Special greeting. You join us this evening. You make the show interesting. We'll be bringing our sister Ruth back for us to have a wonderful program. Sibu, I really want to know who Sibu is. Sibu been following us for a very, very long time. Sibu Fanning. We want to send a special greeting to you, Sibu Fanning. Ezekiel Nawakin Seakla, maybe that's how you pronounce it, Lord. I think it's a manner name. Segalakia, Tax Canon. I can't bet my neck. None of you people know that green is the grass. I don't know what that means. Terran Danan Sinion, I want to say Nash Washington, Abraham Bengu, Lawrence Wisse, and all of our many followers. Greetings to you, to your loved one. Put your phone number, send your special message. We will call your name. We will send out special greetings, birthday greetings to your loved one in and out of Liberia. We will call your names. We will show the picture if you have the picture, and we will acknowledge your participation on the show tonight. Please add me to the chat room. Charles Wazonik, we said, can you add Charles Nelson?
Yes, I've sent the link to most of them, but they said the approval is hasn't been done.
Admin. You're admin, Nelson.
Can I approve?
You're admin, right? Let me do it right now. Let me do it right now, Nelson.
Okay.
Let me do it right now.
Most of them been having. I said that's the concern most of them been having.
I'm going to add you, Nelson. I'm going to add you as an admin. Then we'll see what it said. Edit admin group. Yeah, let me add you right now, Nelson. All right, so Nelson, you are added.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Anybody post anything you don't like, delete them.
Yeah. So someone went and removed the.
I know. I added it back. I deleted that person.
Yeah.
They got to keep our logo on. So down, Nelson, you got it. I want to say thank you, folks. You have anything else to say? We're about to leave you. We're hanging around. We're about to leave you. If you got anything else to say, say it now. The late night show will be powerful. Nelson, who's on your list? What's your conversation for tonight?
Yeah. So tonight we it's going to be a bit political. So we try to spice it up to bring a little bit of some of the training issues with respect to maybe the non-political. Like the other time, we're talking about the sea erosion, and so tonight there are so many kids selling in the streets in Monroeville.
Yeah, but I asked you guys got to go talk to them. You got to go talk to those kids, and you can play the video on your show. You got to make it interesting. You're on Fabric Spoon and Super. You're on the radio station, but you got to go talk to them. You got to make them understand. And, you know, all these little children are selling. Why are they selling? Something making them to go on the street to sell. Something making them to go on the street to sell. So you got to go talk to them. And, you know, and,
I did some videos, but as soon as I came back, it was already showtime. So
put the video up now. Let's see.
I haven't processed everything yet.
Okay. If you shoot a video, then I will come on. If not, I will see you guys tomorrow by God's grace. You got anything else to say? I got to run. It's raining heavy, but it is why it is. Shout out to, you know why? Anyway, yeah, let that one go. I don't want to open any problem. But again, God bless you all. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. Thank you, CEO. So folks, we want to say thanks a lot to you out there for following the program Spoon Talk. We'll be back tomorrow with another fiery edition of the program. But better still, you can join us tonight on the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. It's going to be great. And the rest of the team will be joining us. I'm Nelson Collet, and let me say bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charging.